500 likes, and I start stream early. I'm horny for community engagement. Let's go. All right. All right, I'm a man of my word. That's 500. What's up? We are damn close to getting this bandage off my ear too. The whole process of healing has been long and grotesque, but it hasn't been painful. So I am happy about that. Hello everyone. How y'all doing? New channel 5? Maybe we'll take a look. Yank it off right now. I'll strongly consider your offer. How we doing, folks? My cough is doing pretty good. You got to do it all over again for the other one. Yeah. If the healing goes the way that I want it to for the left ear, then I'll do it all again for the right ear. Though the right ear bandage won't really show on stream, so you know. What's the plan? Did you want to do gaming? No, I'm afraid we have politics to talk about, which is what I say when my poor editors are struggling to procure content for all you fine people. I've actually been feeling a little unwell lately. I know for another reason. Just I cannot for the life of me fix my sleep schedule. I cannot. I can't do it. I've been staying up past the sunrise. Uh uh for multiple nights in a row, which is just not healthy, you know. You know, at first I would have blamed the From Software games, but it really wasn't that, because I was just up late last night, wasn't even playing games. Oh, I started watching Deep Space Nine because I really, 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 really liked The Next Generation when I was younger. And people keep saying, Deep Space Nine is really, really good. It's more of the same, basically. I just never got around to it because I knew it would take a while to watch. I started watching it while doing my Soul Level 1 playthroughs. And so far I really like it, you know. I feel like it's better than TNG. Okay, all right, hold on. I'll get there. That's right, Tempest. Didn't respond to you, didn't respond to my parents, didn't respond to my brother. My poor brother, Tempest. For a whole week his highly affirming and loving text message sat unread and unresponded to. I am nothing if not uniform in my inability to keep up with my socials. Deep Space Nine is the best. Yeah. I feel like there was a I feel like at least what I've seen of the Next Generation. There's just this remarkable mixture of high concept sci-fi and incredible like cheese. Just remarkable cheese, just an ungodly amount of cheese. It's really really funny. the the mix. I do love cheese. Yeah. So basically TNG. Yeah. Love me my cheese. Jesse Gender did a great video about how horny Star Trek is, and it's great. Nice. I don't know if I've ever been like horny watching Star Trek. I feel like the original show in the '60s would have been what would have been hornier, right? With Kirk running around. This goes hardly. All right. Hold your horses. Don't spoil me. All right, folks. We might actually have a debate. I asked a person if they wanted to talk about debate about gender stuff, but I said I was going live at 6 p.m. and it's 7 p.m. I was off by an hour, so if they email me back in spite of the delay, we'll probably debate them. So that'll be fun. Wait, hold on. What emails do I have? What is this? Watch this, please. Right-wing media's biggest coward, the quartering. Maybe I'll look at this. I'll read this email later. Independent progressive or black anime writer. Ad blockers are like condoms. What are these things people send me? I don't. Police analogy. People send me the wildest stuff. Let me close that. We'll check that back in a little bit. Anyway, we do have stuff to go over. Yes, Lucid Days, I agree. Nobody's optimistic anymore. Show us your emails. I will strongly consider it. How's chat doing? I think chat's probably doing okay. They've gotten a break from me. What my loved ones could only dream of. Blizzard being a freaky bitch. You considered piracy? I already have a Netflix account. A new Russian frigate might have been hit at Sevastopol. Based. Remember when you read the conservative emails on stream? What happened to that? You know, it's a great question. What did happen to that? Do I have that email account added? Oh yeah, I do. askvosh@gmail.com. Sign in. Oh, we haven't been here for a while. Not for a while. There's cobwebs all over the password screen. Okay. Wait, that's not the password? Did I mistype it? Oh, look at that. I even remembered to two-factor my tertiary email account. Isn't that nice? I have 2,714 emails. Now, I'm willing to bet that a good number of these are probably spam emails, judging from the fact that I don't see any real ones at the front page. I'd have to go back like a few months. Show more messages. How far back do I have to go? All right, we're in 2021. It's all spam. All spam. How far back? How far back? Got added to a bunch of mass email lists for conservative grifters. PragerU, Epoch Times. Oh my goodness. Oh, here we go. We're back to early 2021 and we have real emails. Thank you. Hi, Vosh. Not sure where else to send this. Just wanted to say thank you. Cannot thank you enough for what you've done. You've changed my life path. Oh, well, that's really sweet. And it was sent over a year ago. Well, hope they're doing okay. They're dead now. Yeah. Tragic. I hope they're doing okay. Leaving the online left. Dear Vosh, I have left the online left. This is a different person. I don't know what to do. Okay. I love you guys. This was meant to be an email account for conservatives to email questions to me. A lot of these are from leftists whose questions are a little less adversarial than I was looking for here. Oh my god, there are so many. Still well over 1,000 now that I'm past the wall of spam. Jeez. All right. Yeah, I'll see if I can do anything with this in the future. I love all of you. Oh, I got an email back from the person who wanted to... Yeah, sure. Friend me on Discord. I guess we'll open with a debate. It's very free form today, it seems. I do have stuff I want to talk about, but, you know. Fuck, should I boot up Dark Souls 2? If we're gonna... We'll see how the convo goes. Classic Voosh. What's the chance Obergefell gets overturned? I wouldn't say 0, you know. I definitely wouldn't say 0. We'll see. Can we debate? I'm sure I'll think of a stupid position to take. I'm sure you'd be able to think of one. Madison Cawthorn leaked. There's not sufficient disk space to continue recording. Oh, God. That was a 12 terabyte drive. Is it finally time? Hold on. Let me clear some file space, I guess. This is actually finally, after the entirety of my streaming career, we finally filled up the 12 terabyte drive that I got for my recordings. It finally happened. Well, I need to record this for my editors. I shouldn't delete like old video files because it's kind of like history, you know. But I need to record this. Can I? Wait. How much space do I have in my C drive? Do I have enough? Can I temporarily just do the recording to my desktop or whatever? I have 56 gigabytes. Okay. What's the average file size? I don't even remember what format I'm recording at. Average file size of one of these, about 20 gigs? Okay, sure. Yeah, hold on. Gotta... Ew, Vosh, you're so skinny now. Yeah, I know. I've been stalling at 220 for a while, but I also haven't dieted in like half a year. Because I'm lazy. Where's the thing? Stream output. Right, recording path. Oh, does it not let me change this while I'm doing the stream? Can you give me like 10 seconds? I'm just gonna cut the stream for 10 seconds, and then I'll reactivate it. I just need time to change the file directory to move it to the desktop. Okay? Just hold on. Okay. All right, we're coming back. We're coming back. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. There we are. There we are. Excuse me. Stream empty. Wow. Shut up. Now you can see, oh, I don't have my thing on. Now you can see the file being recorded right here. See? That's the current live stream file. A digital archive of our experiences together. It's like a photo album for us besties. Right below the my tax extension file. Yes, yeah. You know how it is. Click it. No, thank you. Yeah, do you like have a file on my desktop that'll just have my SSN in it if I double click, you know? It's like casually, yeah. I'm playing video games, the game crashes. Ah, kablamo, life over. Phenomenal stuff. That sounds really smart. I am so smart. I'm such a smart boy. What are we doing today? I guess we're waiting on a debate, okay? Don't worry about it. Can we just relax, all right? It's the first day in a while that I haven't been habitually coughing, and I would really like to enjoy it. Okay, I want us to keep things nice and chill, if we can. I haven't gotten a friend request yet. Tragic. Watching any shows lately? Well, Deep Space Nine. Yeah. Channel 5. No. Give them a minute. They just responded to the email, okay? It shouldn't take them long. Do I like ReZero? No. I really dislike it, actually. When are you going to play Kirby? Soon. I want to. You watching Spy X Family? No, but I read the, excuse me, manga back when it first came out. What's the debate topic? My ideas on gender and sexuality being incoherent. Allegedly. Manga was better. The manga are almost always better than their anime adaptations, because anime adaptations have a really difficult time translating the communicative style that's necessary in comics into animation. It's one of the reasons why when you're watching authentic animations that aren't like transcribed from a manga, they tend to be way more energetic than stuff that you get from manga transcriptions. The main difference being that it's really difficult to convey movement and complexity in still drawings. So normally in like battle manga, you'll have like this side character whose job it is to like be on the sidelines and go, "Oh my god, he started channeling his Hakijiri in the opposite direction, a counterclockwise swirl. The power that I'm reading from him is unbelievable." You know, like it's difficult to convey that without words or whatever. But in animation, you can convey basically anything. So you have anime where they'll have some sequences that are really well animated, and then you'll have like long pauses for people to talk. also known as JoJo syndrome, but it's okay when JoJo does it because it's JoJo. I feel like this is best made evident in the in a Hunter x Hunter. Do you guys remember the one time Gon was fighting Hinoka in the tournament arc, and the tournament announcer stopped talking for a couple of seconds while they fought because they were exchanging blows so quickly that the implication was the announcer was like caught on their breath, like they couldn't even say anything. Did I say, is it not Hisoka? The fucking clown dude. The pedophile. Whatever the fuck his name is. I forget, okay? Anyway, that was really good. Did I say Hinoka? I meant, I was thinking in my head Hisoka, so that's on me, I guess. Oh, I think I have, I think I have their Discord here. All right, let's do it, folks. Let's get giggity gone. Get it. Good.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Alive on this beautiful earth. How about you?
Same. How did my audio sound? I tried to set it up, but I don't really know how to use Discord, to be honest.
You actually sound pretty good.
Oh, awesome.
Maybe auspiciously so. You've had training.
Oh yeah, actually. Watched
So
lots of YouTube videos.
what's on your mind this fine day?
So yeah, I emailed you like pretty much a long time ago. And basically, you know, I've often seen you say things like this bimodal distribution of sex
Mhm.
or the spectrum of sex. And I just I just don't think that's like scientifically accurate, you know? And I just ask you, why do you believe in this idea?
Because when we demark sexual distinctions, there are a number of characteristics that we look at to make those distinctions. People talk about as though it's just chromosomes, but that's not true, of course. There are intersex people with chromosomal abnormalities who still generally get placed sometimes in a male or female category. There are lots of sexual characteristics, people's height, their bone shape, stuff like that, hundreds of them, really. There are extreme examples on every side of that spectrum. And while most people will fit pretty firmly in either category, male or female, it remains bimodal. And this is the way that it's described and discussed by biologists. Because to refer to it exclusively as a binary is to suggest that there are just two possible outputs. But when you're talking about something as complicated as sex expression, that's just not true.
Okay, yeah, give me a second. Give me a second. So, you are correct, right, that like sex can't be refined to one thing? Give me a second, please.
No worries.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No
Um,
problem.
so you are correct, right, that sex can't really be reduced to like one thing, like chromosomes, because and with this whole bimodal distribution of sex thing, I think that there is like a case where these things can be true. And I wrote up like a little thing about this, and I think you have some truth to it, but it's not entirely accurate because like let's give a scenario of like an intersex person, right? We can have an individual that has an XY chromosome, but something's going wrong with that Y chromosome. It's not acting like it usually should, and so we see that the embryo is not going through this masculinization process, and so it's going to develop down the default path, which is developing pretty much like what we would correlate as a female. They'll probably develop a ovaries, vagina, labia and a clitoris. So, in this scenario, there is some truth to this idea that, there is like a bimodal distribution of sex, or like a spectrum of sex or something. Because this individual, even though they have an XY chromosome, we can't really label them as a male because they have more features that correlate with the female sex. And in this scenario, I do think you are right that there is kind of a bimodal distribution of sex, but I think that it really falls apart when you critically analyze it, because when we look at sex, what we're not really looking at is are these secondary sex characteristics, a deeper voice, hairier body, or denser bones, or whatever, that we would categorize as our secondary sex characteristics. What we're looking at is our gonads and our gametes. So the reason why I say that sex is a binary, and I don't really like the term binary because it's kind of like, it just sounds dorky, but the reason why I would say that it's accurate to have two different sex distinctions is because there's only two gonads and there's only two types of gametes. And when we look at our secondary sex characteristics, those are themselves a cause of sex, not really what defines sex. Do you see what I'm saying?
What defines sex isn't something that the scientists can really rule on. We're talking about arbitrary social categories, after all. Which characteristics are considered most important is really up to the social values of the time. For example, do you think that people in the 1500s cared very much about the gametes? They wouldn't have known what they were. Of course, I'm not opposed to the male and female sex categories. Obviously, bimodal doesn't... Well, bimodal means just that, bimodal. And it is a very bimodal distribution. I think there's value, socially, categorically, in recognizing that if you were to take people at their birth, there are, at least in some senses, two categories, not holistic, not all-encompassing, but two categories. That being said, it really seems like your argument is that you recognize that what I'm saying is correct, but you think it's simpler and easier
But
to not acknowledge that, which
but
is a
um,
bit odd.
it's not necessarily that I think you're correct, but this idea of bimodal distribution, it's not necessarily that it's correct, but that it could have some utility in certain scenarios. So when I say that, there is a correct way to use this, is because I think that there could be some utility in using it. And back on your, these are social categories things. I mean, we could say they are just like social categories, and we could say that, they are like, there is like like an underlying reality that doesn't really rely on like society, so like if we were to go back to like Aristotle, even Aristotle had like these ideas that there's a sex that gives sperm, and there's a sex that bears offsprings. So like this whole, it's just an arbitrary social thing. I don't really think that's like necessarily a good argument. I mean everything.
I think you misunderstand.
Mhm.
There's a difference between rain and snow, but on a very, very strict physical level, if you were to analyze a raindrop and every precession it could arrive at before it becomes a snowflake, you would find a remarkable range of possible outputs in between the stereotypical raindrop and snowflake. Now, you can go back any length of time to any civilization and find that if they have both of these weather phenomena, they'll have different words for rain and snow, and no word for what comes in between. But still, the categorization is meaningful. If you acknowledge that it is a bimodal distribution, then that's that. These categories are really just what we want them to be. And on a day-to-day basis, I don't see anything wrong with referring to, two sexes, male and female, whatever. The reason I harp on about it being a bimodal distribution is because trans people can literally change with, hormones and what have you, sexual attributes about themselves. No one has ever said that a nose which has been surgically reconstructed is not a nose. So, a vagina which has been surgically constructed must necessarily be a vagina, unless we want to challenge the entire foundational principle of the concept of plastic surgery. And I don't know why we'd want to do that, But does an arm stop being an arm if, it's had a skin graft after a burn? It's ridiculous. So acknowledging that sexual elements of trans people change with transition, we might eventually reach a point where a trans woman is physiologically near indistinguishable from a cis woman, save for their chromosomes. The chromosomes being just a sort of archaic biological template that's been overridden by, hormones and medicine and what have you. And if that's the case, that person is basically biologically female, I mean, at that, like, there's no, at that point, they have changed so many of their sexual attributes that to latch on to the arbitrary male categorization because some invisible and at that point ineffective determiner of their hormone washes is present, that just seems silly to me. That's the reason why I harp on this distinction. Even now, with medicine as it is, I think you can make a very strong case for the idea that wherever we are on the spectrum, trans women who have transitioned, sexually speaking, I certainly don't feel comfortable calling them males. If you've been around a trans woman, they're not exactly like cis men, after medical transition. There's actually a pretty significant set of differences in, like, a lot of ways. Meaningful ways, too, medically, not just, like, superficial visual ways. Yeah, I think understanding and reaffirming that, variance is really, really important when we're dealing with issues like this. That's why I talk about it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I understand, what you're saying, and it when you frame it like this, that, it's just provides, more utility, I'm tempted to agree with you. But when we're really looking at, like, the science behind it, I just don't think it's like an accurate way of labeling sex. I mean, it could have some social utility, don't get me
But
wrong,
the
but I also think,
scientists are the one who do that.
well,
Colloquially, people do what you're referring to. Scientifically, people do what I'm referring to.
well, not necessarily, because this idea that sex is bimodal. I was reading a lot about this, and and I kind of did agree with you that sex is bimodal. It kind of makes sense that we would label it as bimodal, but like I said, when it comes down to it scientifically, it's more reduced to your gonads and your gametes. Like, chromosomes aren't what makes your sex. They can, like, inform your sex, right? So the Y chromosome could result in the masculinization of an embryo, and you will produce testosterone. You develop testes and everything like that. But it's not necessarily that the Y chromosome is your sex, but that the Y chromosome informed certain functions and a certain effect while you were developing during sexual differentiation that made you into a male.
With
So
with respect, you're saying this is what the science says, but then you're referring to the reductive version of that science that's used to explain these concepts in, like, a introductory level, you know? Um,
I mean,
the idea that sex is, I guess I'm curious about how you're approaching this, because you agree with me that sex is bimodal. At first you said that we shouldn't really think of it that way because socially we've long thought of it as binary, which isn't even necessarily true depending on the civilization you're talking about. But now you're saying, well, actually, like, the science says that it's basically binary, when that's
well,
not the case.
I mean, I'm not agreeing with you that sex is bimodal. I'm agreeing that it could have utility in certain scenarios to say sex is bimodal, right? So, like
What
like
do
I
you
said,
think categories are?
I mean, yeah, we can use these things for utility. We can, but we can use it however we like, sure. But um, when it really comes down to, but I think that that this also provides some harm too. You
What
know,
harm?
so if I was to give you a graph of the bimodal distribution of sex, and maybe I should give you one, and I want to know. Maybe I should drop one down in the chat for you.
Scientific American released a document like that, I think in 2015, where they talk
Mhm,
about all the different levels of sex expression and how much variance
mhm.
there is and blah blah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's where I get it from. And so what I think the harm is that when you look at sex as a spectrum, I feel like you kind of have to give an exclusionary way to define some men as more male, or some women as more female. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that, though. There are undeniably men who are, in a biological sense, more male than other men.
How would you define that? What makes a man more male?
Well, we would look at the expression of the sex-based characteristics, and some men have much stronger expressions of those characteristics than other men. and likewise for women.
Mhm. But the thing is, though, is that these sexual expressions aren't what defines your sex. These are themselves a cause of sex.
You're
The,
affirming this distinction as though it's something. I'm referring right now to what you would see in that Scientific American article. You're
Mhm.
drawing a delineation between what is the sex and what defines or what is caused by. This isn't something that is scientifically distinguished in a meaningful way. Because when we talk about sex and where we draw these lines, we're ultimately describing a social categorization. We have strong biological determiners to distinguish between individual elements of the spectrum. You can measure, for example, how tall a person is in as close to empirical language as we are capable of achieving. Same with what a penis is versus a vagina. Even that sometimes it gets blurry. But the overall category of sex, well, which characteristics are weighted more heavily than others, you know? What about people with chromosomal abnormalities? What about people who have some characteristics that are very male sex aligned and others that are very female sex aligned? Is there an objective way to determine where they are in that spectrum? The answer is no, there's just not. But we do
well,
know that there are men who exhibit more male oriented physical characteristics and vice versa.
but the thing is though that it's not necessarily that these things are like more male. I mean, we could define it that way, I guess, but I feel like that's actually kind of hurtful to a lot of people.
Why?
For example, I'm not like I myself, I'll use myself as an example. I'm not like embarrassed or like ashamed of how I look or anything, but I'm a very skinny guy. I'm not the our typical male guy, and I feel like in a lot of ways when you say that, hey, there's some men that are just more male. I feel like that kind of hurts a lot of men who don't really fit into that more male kind of way of thinking. And I feel like it kind of rips a lot of men out of this identity. That I am a male, whether or not there are some things that my hormones could have an effect on my body.
With respect, it sounds like you're asking me to blunt a biological reality because some people are arbitrarily insecure over their bodies. I'm not making a value judgment over this. I don't think having a more male body makes you more of a man, but I definitely think that there's variance within that category just on a purely biological level, you know. Some
Yeah,
men are
but
enormous and hairy and strong and very deep voiced and some are not on all those points. I don't think either of those things make one more of a man, but I mean those are the male sex attributes more expressed in one person than another.
yeah, I mean, but when you say that we use these things for just social utility, and I could agree with you that there is a social utility that we should think about as well, but I also think that this way isn't very, it doesn't really like have like that much of a social benefit, So I just don't understand what the social benefit. I mean, because you're kind of disagreeing with me when I say that this is the science, and you're trying to say that whatever about the science we could draw from the science, but ultimately these are social categories that we ascribe utility
Well,
to.
all categories
Well,
are socially determined in some fashion or another. For the absolute categorization of what it means to be male or female, that's pretty heavily socially determinable because we can't objectively weigh the value of all the sex-oriented characteristics. But to say that being taller is a male trait, that the male sex expression leads to more height than the female sex expression, that's a pretty objective fact. And thus it would remain a pretty objective fact to say that some men have a more male expressed height than others. Now, of course, colloquially, we would never really refer to it that way. Most people would say, oh, that person looks more masculine. But that's a conflation of sex attributes and physical presentation, and that can blur into gender stuff, which is why I'm trying to be specific with my language here and only say something like sex attributes.
okay. I mean, I guess I'm tempted to agree in this way that that all things are like social categories. I guess that I guess we could look at it that way. I think that gets very reductive. I'll be honest with you. I think it gets very reductive to think of things as just social categories.
Can you
I think that
objectively determine where green becomes blue on the color spectrum?
no, but I don't really think that sex is similar to that because, like I said, when we look at sex, we're really just looking at gametes and gonads. I don't really
You
think that.
keep saying that, but you were referring earlier to a Scientific American article that doesn't claim that.
Yeah,
Gametes
but
and gonads are not the only determiners for
it,
one's
it's
sex.
it's because I disagree with that article. That's the thing,
With the
because that
scientists at Scientific American.
it's not necessarily all scientists that have that view. Like I said, that's more of a method that some scientists are suggesting we should use. And
What
a
we
lot of the
believe is or isn't a sex attribute is something that we ultimately um, arrive at socially. But the best way to do it, in my opinion, is to see what physical differences there are on average between people at either mode of the spectrum. So if we were to average out females and males and see what their differences are, we can arrive at some pretty obvious ones. Physical size and strength and height, genitalia, pretty clear one, stuff like that. And then it would make sense then to say, well, if these are the characteristics which distinguish between the sexes, that these must then be sex-oriented characteristics, and they would define where a person is, in the sex spectrum. But I don't think it's harmful to say any of this. I think it's quite helpful to understand the arbitrarity of these categorizations.
Well, when you say arbitrarity, do you not think that that also brings some kind of harm?
No, the arbitrarity is an objective fact. I think acknowledging it is helpful and denying it is harmful.
Do you think that do you think that the way that doctors view sex when when they perform sex correction surgeries on intersex newborns, do you think that's kind of like an arbitrary way of looking at it? Like they think about it arbitrarily, like they think that this clitoris kind of is a little bigger,
Yeah,
so.
this is actually a source of massive controversy in the
Mhm.
medical industry because they do make completely arbitrary decisions about what they think the genitalia should be, and then they
Yeah.
just perform surgery. Like, yeah,
Yeah, and so like I think even then like it's kind of harmful to view sex as simply arbitrary because when doctors have these arbitrary opinions, they will perform a sex correction surgery on an
wait,
intersex infant.
I don't know what the relationship is between these things.
Well, I mean,
Understanding that which which categories of sex are determined arbitrarily to be a determiner of sex is not the same as enabling doctors to make needless surgeries on the genitalia of newborns. I don't know
no,
what the
I'm not
relationship is.
I'm not saying it's like enabling them. I'm saying it's kind of like the same perspective, right?
It's absolutely not. It's actually the opposite. They're trying to fit these newborns into the binary. Their thinking is a direct product of their unwillingness to acknowledge the arbitrarity of sexual expression.
But I think they do view sex as arbitrary too because they will look at a clitoris and they will arbitrarily decide, this clitoris is a little bigger than usual. We should probably label this individual as a boy. And when they do this too, that
I don't
they're trying.
I don't think there's any relationship whatsoever between the fact that there's an arbitrary degree of decision making when it comes to understanding which categories are sexually determinate. I don't know what that has to do at all with unwanted intersex surgeries. I don't think there's any relationship between these forms. It seems like you don't even disagree with the empirics, really. You just have a kind of... I mean, you touched on it earlier, but I have a feeling a lot of this is just discomfort on your part, like with the idea. Because you were
No,
talking
no,
earlier about how you felt about this. I guess I just don't understand what specific qualm
no.
there is.
It's not that I'm comfortable with this way of thinking. I think that like I said, it's not like an insecurity or something. Like I don't want to like make it seem like that. I'm not trying to like. I'm very specifically not trying to make this personal. I'm just trying to use like a personal example. My problem is that I just don't think it's true. You know, like I don't think that when we ultimately look at sex, we're looking at all these secondary sex characteristics. I think when we're looking at sex, we should look at the cause of sex. Well, I mean, we should look at sex as a cause and the secondary sex characteristics that express sex or allow us to recognize an individual sex.
What's
Those
the
things are secondary.
what's the point of that if you don't change the cause, but do change all of the things that the cause was meant to create? Like, in what world does it make sense to go like, okay, we're going to determine an individual's sex based on the gametes because that informs how the body is developed. But then through medicine, the body develops in the opposite way. So you have a person whose body would have unaltered, been female presenting, and then through medicinal intervention, it is male presenting. And we're to look at that and go, oh, well, everything meaningful has changed. But because of the origin point, we're referring now to the sex. What utility is there to that?
I mean, we could say there's utility, we could say there's no utility, but ultimately, I just think that what you're describing is is gender transitioning, and I don't really think that
Well,
gender
sexual
transitioning.
transitioning. I'm talking
Yeah,
about the
sex. I mean,
medicine.
yeah, my bad, my bad. I think that sexual transitioning, where I think individuals should be allowed to transition sexually, and change these secondary sexual distinctions about themselves. I don't really see if that changes sex. I
Why
think
not?
that, well, because like I said, you do have your gonads and you do have your gametes, and
Well, you
uh,
sound like a priest, like preaching from the good book when you say that. I don't like. I've read scientific articles from acclaimed biologists who have used definitions of sex in correspondence with mine. You're insistent on your definition, so I'm asking you now to demonstrate the superiority of your definition. Why would that matter? Like, and if you change so much about the physiology of a trans person, and then at the end it's like, oh well, there's still this sex even though they have nothing in common with that sex anymore because of some arbitrary birth characteristics that have been altered anyway. Of what relevance is that? Like, who cares at that point?
I mean, I guess nobody could care, but not caring doesn't really make it less true.
But
And I
it's
would
not.
also
But
say that,
you're determining what the categorization should be. So you're making a normative argument in favor of your, what is in my opinion, highly useless and simplified definition of sex. Why would I choose that? Because we're choosing categories here. So why would I choose that over the one that I've read from scientists, which is that sex is determined by a wide variety of designated characteristics and that it's bimodal in distribution?
uh, I mean, I mean, you could say like everything's a social construct. I mean, that's something you're allowed to do. But I mean, I don't really see what saying everything's a social construct, what you, what utility that also brings. I mean, if we want to define everything as
No,
social
no.
constructs,
Both of our it that's not a choice. This is an objective fact. We are both arbitrarily deciding which characteristics we want to use to determine sex. Your definition is also a social construct. You're literally constructing it right now, like in front of me. Um, so that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, of our two socially constructed definitions, why is yours better than mine when mine seems to have more practical utility and is used by scientists?
like I said, I mean, I don't I don't really know if this is just the default way that scientists view it. I think some scientists do view it that way, and I think there is utility in viewing it that way. But I think a lot of scientists also don't view it that way. So I mean, I could say that some scientists use mine as well. I don't really know why you're throwing in my ways viewed by scientists. I mean, my ways viewed by scientists too. This is where I'm literally getting this idea from. I'm not like a scientist myself. I'm like you. I'm reading my own things.
I guess the distinction for me would just be the fact that I'm citing like Scientific American with their definition, and I've only heard the gametes, the gametes and gonads thing, in like very simplistic, reductive explanations of sexual development. But again, like let's just talk about utility. What utility does your definition provide? So first of all, with regards to gonads, we can literally change the gonads right now. So we're already capable of doing that,
But how do you change gonads?
with an expensive surgery.
Well, I mean, what do you mean?
I'm
Like
sorry,
you
by
put
gonads, do you mean colloquially like the genitalia, or do you literally mean the testes versus the
Yeah, I mean like testes and ovaries.
well then what about intersex people who present, say for example, biologically female in every conceivable way, but they have interior testes, or vice versa with people who are physically male in every way, but they have like partial um components of like the womb and ovarian shit, you know?
Well, I mean, like I said, I think that, like, I don't disagree. I don't want to say that I completely disagree with this bimodal distribution of sex way, and I think in certain intersex scenarios, it does make it. It could be a very um, I don't know what the word. It could be a very useful way to label or like at least predict how some intersex people will identify, so but when it comes and that's but it's only when it comes to intersex people. I don't really think that this applies when it comes down to like the non-intersex individual. Like I just don't see the relationship.
So what is the utility of your descriptor?
I mean, I think that my descriptor allows, all men and all women to view themselves as men and women,
Wait,
just straight men and women,
they are already.
regardless. Yeah, but I don't think that it's helpful to label some men as closer to femininity and some men it's closer to
That's
masculinity.
that wouldn't even change. Even if we used your definition of sex, it wouldn't change the fact that height. You say that sex would cause certain things, so it would remain the case then that taller men are more like male affected by their hormones, by their gametes.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily that your sex is what's that height disparagement or whatever is what defines your sex. Like just because you're taller doesn't make you more sexually a male,
No,
or
but it
just
means
because
that your hormones did give you more male traits. That it told your body to further distinguish yourself in terms of male genetic expression, and
yeah,
shorter
definitely.
men
but
the opposite.
but I think when you're trying to look at it, you're trying to make the case that taller men are more male, but I'm not necessarily looking at it that way. I'm looking at men as just males, and some of them have some of their bodies are affected by the hormones differently.
They Right, so the hormones would have made them more male.
Yeah, but well, actually, I don't even agree with this whole idea that they're more male. Like I just don't. I don't
Well, do
think
you
that
agree
that.
that height is a male genetic expression?
Yeah, I mean it could be.
It could be.
Yeah, I mean there's tall women, so.
Are you? I know you know more about statistics than to say that to me. Yes, there are.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you. It is. So I don't understand what the issue is. It just makes me think that a lot of this is like personal because I don't understand because I guess I don't. This has nothing
I,
to do with gender. It doesn't make you like less of a man or whatever.
no, I mean I very want to emphasize that this is not personal. Maybe I shouldn't have ever said anything personal about it. Like trust me, like it's not gonna hurt my feelings if anyone's gonna see me as more or less man.
No,
Like
no,
I
no.
mean,
You're equally man. It's just a male expression thing. I mean, do we not also recognize like there are women who are way bustier than other women? I mean,
yeah.
obviously, developing breasts is undeniably a female associated biological marker.
Yeah, but see, the problem I have with this way of thinking though is that, like, to me, the way that you would kind of see it is that women with bigger breasts are more female than women with smaller breasts. But
Yeah, they would have a stronger female expression in that respect. Yeah, because that would be like a sex-aligned characteristic. I don't think that would make them more of a woman. I don't think that would make their identity more or less. But like, yeah, like if we look at like what do the hormones estrogen and testosterone do to your body, it's pretty clear like where like which characteristics fall on what lines and how significant their influence is in individual people. I mean, you can certainly look at a person and not necessarily tell if they're like high estrogen or high testosterone because there's actually not that much of a correlation between those things and a bunch of other characteristics, but you can
yeah,
certainly look at a person and go like, wow, that guy, frankly said, wow, that's a very like male dude over there. Like there are some like 7 feet tall guys who are just like huge, you know. I don't think that makes them better or worse or anything, but in terms of like what the hormones they were exposed to, like they're out in the outer echelons of male genetic expression.
yeah. I mean, but like, there's just a thing though is that, like, I think that the way that you are kind of describing it is kind of like a socially oppressive way, and to me it's not going to hurt like my feelings or anything. Like I want to make it very clear to everybody, that this isn't like a personal gripe that I have with this way of thinking, but at the same time this could hurt some people, this way of thinking that that some people are more or less male or more or less masculine. I mean, I think that that way could hurt some people, or at least could be used
Well,
in
colloquially, we
wrong
already do
ways.
this, don't we? I mean, guys
Yeah,
who are
yeah,
way larger and taller are considered more masculine. But I don't
yeah, and I think
necessarily
that.
have an issue with that.
Well, I mean, I think that that's kind of hurtful to some people.
Isn't it
I
only
mean,
hurtful because we essentialize the value of being hypermasculine if you're a man or hyperfeminine if you're a woman? It seems to me like this problem could be solved with the normalization of non-standard gender and sexual expressions to normalize more feminine men and more masculine women. And if we could do that, then it wouldn't be an issue. Like there wouldn't be any people thinking that it's like inherently better to be a super huge alpha chad than to be like a skinny twink or whatever.
yeah, I mean that's a good answer, to that. I mean, I guess that that could be used, but I mean, I just I mean, I still just don't really agree that we should label people's sex based off of their secondary sex characteristics. You know what I
Well, I
mean?
think it's a
Like,
bunch of things. I mean, estrogen and testosterone levels, and secondary sex characteristics, and like bone density. Like, there's a ton of stuff that goes into it. I mean, I don't remember every bit of that Scientific American chart, but it's a
yeah,
pretty,
it was like it was your hormones, the way that your hormones have an effect on your body, your sexual anatomy. Yeah, and I forget everything too, but
and
yeah,
not
but
to mention like with like the nature of modern medicine, it feels like we can kind of we can do the job of the gametes to an extent, right? Like
um
at the moment, like not fully obviously, but if perhaps in if in 20 years, you had the ability to medically transition trans people to the point where, apart from some basic early signifiers, they're like completely biologically the sex that they want to be. At that point, like, what relevance would there be to referring to their sex as the thing that they have nothing in common with anymore, you know?
I mean, I get what you're saying, that like sometimes there just isn't really a utility to describing sex based off your gonads and your gametes, but I don't think that that kind of like erases the reality. Do you know what I mean?
Well, we're not erasing the reality that gametes and gonads, a term which I am increasingly hating with time, um, I don't. We're not erasing the reality of the existence of those things. I just don't think that you can describe the totality of sex. I guess my biggest question with people who believe in a binary sex is just like, if you could do medical transition that would change every single thing about, say, a male's body into a female's body, except for the characteristics you're describing, do you still think there would be good utility in referring to them as the sex that they were born as, you know? And a lot of people will lie and say yes, but the answer to this is pretty much like no across the board. Like, that's ridiculous. If people, like, for instance, conservatives say it's chromosomes, but you can change a lot about a person without changing their chromosomes. So
And
what,
it,
20 years down the line, you have somebody who is in every physical way a biological female, but they just have XY chromosomes, and it's like, oh, well, actually, you're male. Like, according to who? By what
yeah,
standard?
yeah. I mean, yeah. I want to like reiterate to you that conservatives are pretty stupid when they do that whole "it's your chromosomes" thing. That is pretty stupid. And to harp on some things, when it comes to utility, I guess that's kind of like something that we could disagree on and agree on. Like, I get what you're saying, that like there could be more utility when it comes to helping transgender people to basically categorize them as a sex that they identify with and they've gone through medically transitioning to. I do think there's some utility in there. But at the same time, like I said, I think that there could also be some harm, and maybe you could say that the utility outweighs the harm, and so we should still define it this way. But at the same time, a lot of transgender people, their sex isn't really up to question. It's really just their gender identity, and I don't really think that we necessarily should start correlating the two again. Where we think that gender identity and sex have to be correlate. correlative. You know what I mean?
Well, they are correlative. I don't think they're causative, but I'm not advocating for them to be causative.
But I think that when you want to say that, a transgender person identifying as a female, I think that should be grounds enough to treat them as a woman if they want to. And I don't think
I
that
agree.
medically transitioning, I don't really think that that makes them more female, and I think that that would actually prove to be a lot of harm to a lot of trans women.
I don't think it makes them more of a woman. I think that it changes their body to be more female. I think trans women would agree with that as well. I mean, there's a reason they go through the bother with the hormones, right? It's probably not for
Yeah,
funsies.
yeah. I mean,
Maybe it is for funsies, but you know. But it's not.
yeah,
But it
yeah.
doesn't make them more or less women. It's just that they're altering the chemical composition of their body to produce more female-oriented secondary sex characteristic expression.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when it comes to the bimodal distribution of sex, I guess I kind of like agree with you in a lot of ways, but I kind of disagree with you in a lot of ways. So I guess, I I I guess you have some truth to what you're saying, and I'm not gonna like disagree with it anymore. I kind of agree that there is some utility there.
Well, what matters is that we had fun along the way. You
Well,
keep in mind with regards to like harm to trans people though, that under your system you would say that like trans women are male. So
um,
in
I
terms of
yeah,
like
but
harm expressed to trans people, I feel like you would probably be in a higher tier.
they could be biologically male, but that doesn't make them more or less of women, though.
Well, I agree, but I think that past a point, I mean, they're not even that biologically male anymore, you know? Obviously we can't change everything, but you know, oh my God, there was a bonfire here. I don't think that yeah, I don't think after all the after all the shit trans women go through, you know, with their bodies and so on, you know, it's they are certainly at the very least not biologically male in a lot of respects often. Um, you know?
Okay, and okay, well, I mean, I'll agree to disagree. I mean, we could argue back and forth on this, but I don't really think there's much gonna be much fruition from that. I think I think you're pretty accurate in what you're saying. I think maybe I took more problems with what you're saying without looking too much into it, and I'll admit that.
That's
And
fine.
I
You don't
wanted
need to apologize. I'm
to,
enjoying the conversation.
thank you. I also wanted to touch on gender abolition. That was another core component of my email.
Mhm.
And I wanted to know where do you get your ideas of gender abolition from?
Well, they're mostly theory driven, I suppose. Do you mean the empirical ideas or like the descriptive or the normative stuff?
I mean, like the hard theory. Like, where did you get these ideas from? Because when when I first started learning about gender abolition, it was more through a radical feminist writer, Shulamith Firestone. And I said that I think you're kind of like a turf when you talk about things like gender abolition, because Shulamith Firestone, I think, is somebody who we'd look back now and classify as a turf, a trans inclusionary radical feminist, because she did view what you were based around, your sex. So I wanted to know, where do you get like these hard theoretical ideas from?
It was revealed to me in a dream. No, a lot of the ideas I developed naturally over time and only substantiated with pre-existing theory afterwards. I agree that the history of gender abolitionism has been heavily tied to anti-trans movements. I think that's a tremendous shame because trans people stand to benefit the most from gender abolition.
But why do you think that they benefit the most from gender abolition?
Well, because basically all of the socially oriented bullshit that trans people have to put up with has to do with people assigning roles and responsibilities and expectations on them based on their birth sex. Now, when we talk about dysphoria, we usually talk about it as a broad and sort of holistic concept, but I think it can be fairly broken down into two categories. There's biological dysphoria and social dysphoria, and sometimes social dysphoria can cause the biological dysphoria, and sometimes the other way around. Biological dysphoria being this innate physiological discomfort with the configuration of your body, which absolutely happens, and social dysphoria being this intense feeling of discomfort, both in your social role and in the way you present and are understood by others with regards to your gender identity and so on and so on. And I think these feed into each other too, you know. I feel like the more times that like people, like for instance, trans women, when they're young, like mentally associate like being a woman with having a pussy or whatever, that probably makes their physical biological dysphoria worse. And you know, the more they reflect in their discomfort biologically with their, you know, genitalia, the more socially uncomfortable they're going to get, and that kind of stuff. So I think gender abolitionism fixes this because it denies people the ability to place people into categories based on their birth sex. The idea would just be that people can choose their categories when they're old enough. You know, if you want to be a gamer or a catboy terrorist or whatever, go for it. You know, but you have to choose that. People don't choose their gender assignments when they're born. You know, you're born and then it's like, oh, what are your genitalia? Oh, okay, so that means you're going to be like this. And I think that's kind of dumb. So I think that trans people in particular would stand to benefit from that because they're the ones most at odds with the social ascription of their roles based on their sex.
Yeah, but I also want to like pose like a different way of looking at this, because when I look at trans people, we could look that they are kind of they feel forced to be put into social roles, but I also feel like a lot of trans people feel like playing I don't want to say playing, but fulfilling these social roles brings a lot more fulfillment and a lot more sustainability to their lives. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Sure, if they want those social roles, they can choose them when they're old enough to. I don't think it denies them the ability, you know? I just think that it removes the implicit coercion. I don't think there can be any such thing as gender euphoria in you know, in a society that has no concept of gender. But I don't think there would need to be, because as gender euphoria is categorized, it's usually, I mean, it's like a drink of water after marching through the Sahara, right? Like, the only reason gender euphoria is a thing is usually because in so many cases people have spent their entire lives experiencing the gender dysphoria, and then they get something to contrast against that, you know. But people enjoy, if people, I mean, if you have like a, if you have, in a gender abolished world, if you have a person who's like transsexual, you know, like they're born with a cock and balls and they don't want them no more or whatever, and then they want to grow up and like wear frilly pink dresses, even though there's no inherent social association between that and not having a cock and balls anymore. Like, yeah, go for it, right? Like, awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like disagree that individuals should be able to, you know, do whatever makes them happy. And here's another thing that I want to touch upon. You keep saying that like people should be able to choose their gender roles when they're older. Like,
Well, they're
what do you mean when
roles.
you yeah, I mean, yeah, their gender roles. What do you mean when you say gender abolition then? Because when I'm thinking gender abolition, I'm thinking like we're getting rid of of these um these gender distinctions in culture. And when I think like we're getting rid of gender, I'm thinking we're getting rid of gender identity, we're getting rid of gender roles, and ultimately we're going to get rid of gender dysphoria. And I don't really know why people would still choose to like for example get like bottom surgery or top surgery if there's no such thing as gendered bodies.
Because people still have sexes. People still might just want to have titties or not to have titties.
But
Also,
I
there
don't
wouldn't be gender roles. There would just be roles. I don't. Gender is like a role associated with sex, right? So, if we're not ascribing roles based on sex anymore, then it would just be like what trends or social cliques or hobbies or interests you want to get into. You know, like being a gamer, right?
yeah. Um yeah, I mean I guess, but like because like I've heard you say that in like in a post-gender world, if you will, like people will still want like you just said it right now that people will still want like boobs, people will still want like a vagina, but usually we don't see that happening in our day-to-day lives. Usually what we see is a lot of transgender people who have gender dysphoria and have this idea of gendered bodies. Usually we see them wanting these things. So I don't really understand, like, do you think that like transgender people would still exist in a post-gender world?
There would be no gender. There would be
Mhm.
transsexual people, sure. I feel like there would be fewer than there are today Because I imagine a lot more people who are women with dicks or whatever would be okay having those dicks if it weren't for the nonstop cavalcade of social propaganda telling them that you can't be a woman with a dick, you know? There's a lot of social preconditioning that goes into stuff like that. I have a feeling that there would be far fewer people who would be even interested in sexual transition, but there would still be some, and I think that those people could, could pursue that without it being detrimental to them in any social sense.
Well, my question though is why do you think there would still be people like that?
Transsexual people?
Yeah, why do you think like transsexual people would exist if we don't have gender anymore?
Because transsexuality is, well, first of all, it doesn't even have to be a trans thing. If you refer to transsexuality as a subset of transhumanism, which I think it's fair to, at least in some contexts, the desire to alter one's body for any number of personal, physical, or social reasons has been around for as long as humans have. You know, we have like ancient fossils of humans, you know, doing things to their body, sometimes quite painful things, to serve some kind of personal role. So the idea that that would continue in any form is not surprising to me. But also, it seems like a lot of, I guess, sexual dysphoria for the, you know, the transsexual, like, I'm very uncomfortable with having a dick or having a pussy or whatever. A lot of that, it seems to have something to do with brain chemistry. I don't think that's the case for all trans people, but it's certainly the case for some. Like this inherent discomfort with the way their body, like, biologically turned out to be. And that has nothing to do with gender. I mean, you could feel that if you were born on a deserted island and just grew up there, right?
Mhm. Okay, I guess that's really all the bases I want to touch upon. I won't keep you into the conversation. You know, I think you made some pretty good answers to this, and it felt more like an interview than a debate. So
No, I enjoyed the conversation. I'm glad that you came on. Thank you.
thank you. You have a good day
You have a wonderful
or a
day.
good night.
Whatever time it is for you at the
Yeah,
moment.
what time is arbitrary? It's a social.
That's true.
All right. Peace out, Wash.
Be well. See, that was nice. You all are so mean in chat. I thought that was a fine conversation. Well, I'll just leave Dark Souls 2 running in the background with the sound muted, because after From Software cut the servers, it takes forever to log in and log off. Will you cover Louisiana making it illegal to be a woman? No, I don't want to cover every single fucking anti-everything law. I want to do like a big master thing. I have people that I want to bring on. There are convos I want to have and people that I want to bring on. Based? It's not based. It's pretty... Oh, Asban, thank you so much for the $100 donation. I really appreciate that. It's incredibly kind of you. My goodness. Have you learned about gender liberation? I am reclaiming the term gender abolition. Also, it's spookier. I don't like the term gender liberation either, because it really just... gender liberation, like, linguistically suggests that it would be like, yeah, like, men can do anything and women can do anything. No, I don't want there to be men and women, you know? I don't want to liberate the categories. I want to liberate us from the categories, which is a semantic distinction not laid out in the term. Gender abolition, however, is very unambiguous. So that's to my preference, you know. Who sent the offline vid donation video? I forget. The American people are tired of women. Yeah. Want to react to Rose Wish debating his pure case of... No, it's okay. I saw a little bit of it. Yeah, I saw. Okay. But you can't get rid of gender? That's what you think. Azura A. But you totally can. Gender, well, keep in mind, different people have different definitions of gender. The definition that I'm referring to is a set of social roles and expectations that are ascribed to people based on their sex. So, you know, when we have plenty of social identities, but when we say gender, we're not just talking about any old social identity. We're talking about, like, an identity that is put onto you because of, like, basically the genitalia that you're born with, you know. And that's a little cringe, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. How would you permanently abolish gender, though? Well, there's no guarantees. Wouldn't sex-related roles reproduce themselves in society? Yes. sex-based distinctions would remain. They have to. Sex is encoded in our biology in a way that gender isn't. But I think those differences would be way more limited. When you think of the modern world, what really is the difference between male and female in terms of how you live your day to day? Is removing any like social discrimination or stuff, like any social biases or roles, your actual biology, how much does it affect you? I would be willing to bet for the majority of people in like the millennial generation or whatever, they probably go uh months at a time without the biology of their sex having a serious impact on their like role in society outside of dating rituals, which are of course heavily socially influenced, and like maybe getting a period or whatever, stuff like that. But do you understand what I mean? Like, the difference isn't that significant. It's not like we're hunter gatherers where the tribe will die unless our greatest and strongest warriors are the one hunting the saber-toothed lions or whatever. We're permitted a great deal more leeway in terms of what people with different biologies are capable of doing. In ye olden days, people who were born short and sick would die. Nowadays, they can just get some antibiotics and live full lives. That's awesome. I don't think that just because sexual distinctions would reproduce themselves in some social roles, I don't think that's necessarily like, I think that you would see an impact like a 100th the size of social distinctions born about by modern gender. Like, for fuck's sake, we decide what clothing we wear based on our biology. Bosh, I don't know, periods are like really impactful on everyday life. I don't think you understand what I'm saying, Miss Moon. I'm saying that it doesn't impact your ability to live the social role of a male, a biologically male person. That you could inhabit the role of a person who is male and live their life and do what they do and fulfill their goals in almost any case. The periods, I'm not saying the periods are insignificant. I'm only saying that we don't have a social need to ascribe strong arbitrary social roles based on sex. Does that make sense? The most we're going to see is like biologically male people are going to be like better at construction work, basically. I mean, obviously, we're always going to be more physically capable of violence, though I think a lot of the willingness to engage in it is also socially determined. Stuff like that. So if gender is a social thing, why is dysphoria a biological issue? I don't think it's always a biological issue. But gender and social roles can influence biological stuff, especially when the biological stuff you're referring to is psychological. Don't you think that arbitrary social roles can significantly affect like psychological conditions like depression and anxiety? I mean, they would have to, right? Do you think it's fair to say a fully transitioned trans man is biologically closer to a cis man than a fully transitioned trans woman, or vice versa with the current medical reality? I don't know if there's a way of like empirically determining that. It would really depend on the respect that you're referring to. Like, if we're talking about like medical care pertaining to I don't know, like reproductive health, like maybe not, maybe though. I don't know. In some respects, certainly the distinction would be significant. Sorry, I have a hangnail. Jesus, right off my left big toe. Because who would wear shoes when you're live streaming? I stubbed my toe earlier. I didn't realize there was any negative consequence. I stubbed it. Well, it's just a toe, you fucking degenerates. You all have. Well, I guess maybe some of you don't have them. I feel like people go too far in the other direction with the whole stinky feet thing, I work at home, and at the moment, I don't exercise. My entire body is immaculately clean at all points of time, with no exceptions. Got it. There we go. Let's wash your feet. Well, I do shower. It's been known to happen. If I worked outside or something, I would feel differently because I'm, because then I would. Is abolition in this regard just the social roles, or is it not even calling ourselves male, female, etc.? Just the social roles. I don't think you can, like, abolish the social value of sexual distinctions. That seems to me to be naively, like, arbitrary. Like, let's socially pretend that there's not like a bimodal expression of sex distribution, which very clearly leads to two distinct like groups, you know? Like, I think that's fine, you know. Listen, what's important to understand is that in the 500 years from now, in the gender abolished future, there's still going to be a ton of top-bottom discourse, and it's going to be very funny, because there's not even going to be a gendered preconception, okay? So you're just going to have people, just all sorts of people, just tearing into each other, over the top-bottom dichotomy, which might actually end up being the more meaningful dichotomy in the long run. Basically, all queer people refer to each other as tops and bottoms, even when it's like two cis lesbians. Look, not always, but sometimes. All right, look, shh. Okay, Mr. Girl document expose. You people, I feel like when people come in here to talk about Mr. Girl, I feel like people are coming in here to talk about like Chris Chan or something. Christine Chandler. Like, it's the weird, it's like, I don't, okay. Um, you know, it's I feel like at this point, everything that I learn about this person is against my will. That's a good comparison amount. Yeah, I think it's a good comparison in a number of ways. It literally is for this community, though. He's a lolcow. It's just not something I participate in. But Old Man Laundry made an hour-long piece into me. Wants you to watch it too. I'm not what. Maybe I'll watch it on my own time. I don't. Look, like it seems pretty clear. Mr. Girl is like a pretty fucked up dude who just like acts fucked up, semi on purpose to get attention, and then like concern trolls over it. So if you give him attention, maybe I'll watch it. Okay, I'll think about it. Okay, okay. Wasn't there another video from Old Man Laundry we're supposed to watch? Okay, no, shh, don't. Why do I have a text? Not for any good reason. All right, we have got this, we've got this, we've got good news. Can I pee and then we'll go over the good news? It's a study. You people love studies. We'll take a look at a study, okay? I'm very proud of myself because just last night at 5 a.m., so this morning, I guess, I fixed the toilet back there. The toilet seat had been wobbly for a while, and I wasn't able to fix it because you do the thing where you tighten the screws on either side of the back end of the toilet seat, and it wasn't fixed. I didn't realize why that wasn't fixing it, so I disassembled the toilet, and Artemy was just sitting there next to me, like loudly purring the entire time while I cleaned everything and looked at it. It turns out one of those plastic screw screw bolt, no, a nut, I don't know what the term is. I'm not a mechanic, but the thing that affixes the screw on the underside of the toilet had like this tension, a washer, well, it's screwed. A nut, yeah, but it was plastic and it was shaped like a dickhead, I guess, but it was also tension based, and I noticed that the tension had sprung. Like basically it was like a flower petal with 4 bits. I don't know what the purpose of this was. If it had just been like a plastic nut, it would have worked fine, but a wing nut, is that the term? Look, whatever the case may be, I was able to like turn up the tension on it so it would actually affix to the screw on the underside, and I fixed the toilet seat. And Artemy was really cute the entire time. Oh, he was so cute earlier today. Right down there by my feet, a little off. There's a little one of those cat water fountains, you know, where like you plug an electric base into a USB port, and then you put like a fountain on top of it, and it does constantly, and the cat, the cats lick up the water and stuff. And I realized earlier today that he wanted it, but it was out of water, so I took it and refilled it, and he followed me to the bathroom sink and stood on top of the toilet and watched me while like purring as I filled it up, and then I set it back down. And every time I give him water, he does this. He spent like 5 minutes thanking me. Like, First, he, like, purring loudly, was just smashing his face against the water fountain, like, smushing it against the water fountain, getting water on his cheek because he's purring loud. And then he runs up to me and he rubs his face against my knee. He's so ridiculously affectionate. He acts like a dog. Like, it's insane. I've never seen a cat so just devoted. So every time he gets water, like, he doesn't drink, he, like, no matter how thirsty he is, he doesn't drink the water. He spends like 5 minutes smashing his face into her hand to say hello. Very good boy. Exceedingly good boy, you know. All you have to do is look at him and he'll start purring. Seriously. You just he can just be sitting somewhere and you can just look at him and go, "Hey," and he'll start purring. Just, you can see his little chest heaving. Very cute. All right, I'm being a homosexual. All right, hold on. This is actually important. Let me say. Just yesterday, we actually had a really impactful bit of research thrown out there onto the record for us to appreciate. There is a war right now against transgender people in the United States, but especially transgender youth. You know, the conversation is heavily politicized. If you listen to conservatives, you'll hear that trans activist parents with blue hair are convincing their precious 3-year-old boy that actually they need to have bottom surgery right now, or Trump will win again in 2024, as though he won't anyway. And if you listen to the left on this issue, you'll get the truth. But we have here a pre-publication release from the official journal of the American Academy of Pediatrics. And I know what you're thinking, okay? Science. What does science have to do with gender, libtard? I thought gender was social and sex was biology. What happened to that? To which my answer would be, of course, that it's a sociology thing. So it's actually relevant. Seriously, look at this. Basically, interviews were done on the gender identity of trans youth 5 years after they engaged in social transition. This is a pre-publication release, which means that it's already been peer-reviewed and accepted, but this isn't the final version of the paper that's going out there. I'm going to... Yeah, here we go. Methods. The present study examined the rate of retransition and current gender identities of 317 initially transgender youth. 208 trans girls, 109 trans boys, average age 8.1 years at the start of study. 8. So we're talking, this is some full-on libtard business here. The average age of the initial trans identification of these kids was 8. Now, this is social transition here, okay? And I want to be clear about this. This study is only looking at social transition. Now, what does that mean? That means that if you're assigned male at birth and you're a 10-year-old boy and you go up to your mom and you're, "I don't want to wear a dress. I think I'm a girl." And then your mom has you wear a dress and you get called Elizabeth and nothing happens with the doctor or whatever. That's social transition. Social, you know, we're not talking about medicine, hormone blockers, hormone therapy, surgery, nothing like that. We're just talking about social presentation, which means a couple of things. First of all, and most importantly, we're referring to the type of trans engagement which involves the lowest level of commitment. I could socially transition for 3 hours and then decide not to anyway. It's like there's no doctor, no gatekeeping. Anyone can do it at any time. The only thing you need is, I guess, the will to do so. I will not do it. I know you want me to, but I will not. You know, you'll just have to trust me. You could do it for 3 hours. The reason I'm bringing this up is because, well, when we see the results that we're about to, I want you to keep in mind that we're dealing with the social transitioning of, on average, 8-year-old children. This is not a category of people who I would expect to make very reliable decisions about themselves. And yet, results. We found that an average of 5 years after their initial social transition, 7.3% of youth had retransitioned at least once. At the end of this period, most youth identified as binary transgender youth. 94%. 94% of these kids maintained their social identification as binary transgender youth. And by the way, 3.5% is non-binary, which means that 97.5% were either, at the end of the 5-year study, binary trans or non-binary. What was the sample selection process? Link study. Here you go. Wow. That is not a link shortener. Look at my Twitter. I retweeted it yesterday. A link to this. You'll be able to find it pretty easily. Like, I don't tweet that much. It's down there. Like maybe like 10 down or whatever. Sorry, the link is like a paragraph long. Anyway, the other categories here. 1.3% who retransitioned to another identity before returning to their binary transgender identity. That's included here. 2.5% of youth identified as cisgender. That's it. Of the 317 youth polled, 2.5% went to being cis after 5 or so years ago, socially transitioning. Later, cisgender identities were more common amongst youth whose initial social transition occurred before age year 6. The retransition often occurred before age 10. What this would suggest is that even of the incredibly small portion of youth who, after socially transitioning, went back to identifying as cisgender, the vast majority, or I should just say the majority, of those later cisgender identities were for kids whose social transition happened when they were mega babies, and they went back before they were even 10. This is incredibly meaningful. You guys know how for years now we have been hearing about how gender clinics don't do enough to gatekeep access to trans, like, puberty blockers or whatever for kids? Now we're realizing that the process of self-selection for trans youth just socially identifying is so significant, it is so reliable, that only 2.5% of youth would go back to identifying as cisgender after 5 years. And then if they wanted to get hormone blockers or hormones or whatever, they would have to talk to a pediatric psychiatrist and go through an additional level of scrutiny from medical professionals. It's almost as though, if you think about it, there isn't a gigantic epidemic of trans kids spuriously choosing to uproot their entire lives and subject themselves to a ton of social discrimination based exclusively off clout sharking they see on left Twitter. If you can believe it. Now, Too Yellow For You brings up a good point. TERFs are already claiming that social transition cements these kids into thinking that they're trans. And the problem here is that this is a non-falsifiable claim on their part. Because this is always what the conservatives are going to do. They're going to say, well, here's irrefutable evidence that the overwhelming majority of people who identify as trans maintain that identity, continue to enjoy that identity, go on to transition, and don't regret transitioning. And they'll look at that and they'll say, well, that's because they were brainwashed, you know. Obviously, when engaged with at this low level of scrutiny, you know, yeah. Hold on. Those are like 37% of the samples were on puberty blocks at the start of the study. However, see the bottom 3 lines of table 3. I read the whole study before stream. 317 sample not had blockers at the start of the study. Percent assigned male at birth. Mean age of first transition. Mean age of start of study. Average time since start of study. Sample use begun gender from hormones at the end of the study. Average time study. Average time since binary transgender. Not had blockers at the start of the study. Had begun blockers. Only one of the participants who had blockers at the beginning of the study went to being cisgender. That is remarkable. The number of the percentage of continuous affirmation for people who have blockers to begin with is higher, as I suppose you would expect. um, than youth that didn't have blockers at the beginning of the study. And wow, sample of youth who are currently 14 plus years old, this rate of how many of them remain binary transgender goes up to 98.6%. Jesus. Yeah, if you look at those who have had gender affirming hormones at the end of the study, not one of them went back to being cis, which makes sense because they're taking gender affirming hormones. Sample of youth 5+ years since initial binary social transition. Yeah, 95%. These numbers are remarkably consistent. I think now, obviously, we're dealing with a sample size of 317. The issue is like we're already talking about a really marginal group, you know. Um, yeah, the consistency of how many of them remain in a binary, trans, or non-binary identity before and after, I think would indicate that you know, if anything, I think that's a good argument against the grooming narrative. The bottom three lines show no significant difference in current identity between the sample. Yeah, exactly, Soaked on Left. Because if it wasn't the case, if you think if you believed that these kids are just being groomed into it or whatever, you would expect there to be a really, really, really big difference between those who haven't had blockers at the start of the study and those who have, or those who have or have not had gender affirming hormones by the end of the study. The reason for that being you would expect a greater degree of commitment leading to a significantly lower level of people detransitioning or whatever, or like desocially transitioning. But it's not happening. The study is consistent pretty much across the board. You know, there's not one subsection of this study for which the percentage of youth who remained at the end, either binary, transgender, or non-binary, is lower than 97%. That is genuinely remarkable. 97% being the lowest possible result. Can you explain the counter argument to people saying the kids were brainwashed into it? It's just, it's non-falsifiable. They can't prove it. Like, you could always say that. You could always say that, you know? Like, yeah, well, here's all this research showing that people in interracial marriages are happy. Oh, well, that's because pro-miscegenation media brainwashes them into thinking that they're serving the woke cult so they don't mind the bad results of their racial inbreed. Like, you could always say this, you know? This invisible effect of interpersonal social brainwashing that we haven't measured for and can't possibly disprove is the reason why dozens and dozens of studies are consistently producing the exact same results. There's no way of fighting against it because it's non-falsifiable. They might as well be talking about unicorns. They would need to provide a counter study to actually refute the point. Yep. And no counter study's been provided. Nope. Deborah So never sent me the research article where she said that there is research indicating that people transition because they're ashamed of being homosexual, so they transition to be heterosexual. I sent her a reminder in DMs, and I sent her a reminder in public, and in both cases, I got no result from her. The only thing she actually cited in that conversation was that god-awful rapid onset gender dysphoria study, the one where we're making psychological evaluations of trans children based on the perspectives of moms gathered from anti-trans websites, you know? Which again is like literally like trying to get a perception on interracial relationships by asking racist white dads, you know? Yeah, it's like laughably bad. I can't believe they got peer reviewed. Like it's actually insane they got peer reviewed to me. Yeah. Anyway, this study is really, really cool. Yeah, you know? Look, keep in mind, by the way, the only reason all this gender BS is so prominent and oft discussed at the moment is because it keeps getting brought up. It's a big matter of social discourse, you know. When all the turbulent waters get calmed, I genuinely believe that all of this is going to be some very marginal, in a good way, part of like the human social experience. You know what I mean? Like if there's a kid and they're treated like a boy and they're like, I'm a girl, you know, whatever. Done, you know? I feel like this is so big of an issue right now, but there are so many older social categorizations that don't even matter. Like the Roman distinction between a citizen and a barbarian, right? Like that meant a lot for a really long time, and now it doesn't, you know? Back in the foundational days of America, the only people who could vote were white landowning males, and I think there were some other categories as well. And now that combination of attributes, it was very important back then. Nowadays, in terms of civic participation, far less so, though obviously white landowning men are still probably pretty disproportionately represented in terms of electoral power. What are you going to do, you know? The point is like, it's a big deal right now. But listen, do you guys like going outside and pulling out your flashcards like, all right, here are my 18 friends and their friends, my girlfriend's friends, and here's everyone's pronouns. I don't. That's why I they them everyone, okay? It's not that I hate. I just forget. Soon we won't even sorry, going outside. I should have put a TW before that. You know, soon not going to have to worry about it so much because the degree of social investment that we engage in is proportional to the counter reaction that is being, you know, that we're experiencing. I'm just saying, to those of you who are concerned that stuff like this sets a worrying precedent, like, oh, we're going to, like, all of our fucking 6-year-olds are going to be talking about their gender. Listen, it's not a big deal. It's not now, and it's going to be even less a one once everyone's rights are sorted. Does that make sense? It's going to be okay. It's going to be all right. We're going to make it, okay? Why do you think most of them are AMAB? My personal belief for the reason why there are generally in most available circumstances apparently more trans women than trans men, I think it mostly has to do with how women are afforded a wider range of acceptable behaviors in some senses. I guess to put it another way, like a cis woman can be butch, and it's like, you know, I mean, not to say that she won't get shit for it. She will, but it's not well, a butch woman can live her life. A guy who wears a dress outside often literally cannot live his life because he'll be killed. So something tells me that the you know, range of available expression, it kind of influences the proportion of how comfortable people are with their gender identities and expression and stuff like that. Now I know society, right? Went from tomboy to femboy. Great. Whatever makes you happy. God willing, you know. Listen, don't get down in the dumps about this. This is a good study. In fact, to my knowledge, this is maybe literally the best study we have thus far on the viability of trans identification, self-identification in youth. And that's good. I hate Tempest. Yeah, I agree. You know, it's very hard being me. Thankfully, by, you know, tremendous coincidence, it just turns out all the ways that I like to express myself are contextually appropriate within the purview of being a guy, you know? You know, we got tall, I got a beard, horses, the whole 9 yards. All right, moving on. You know, call me nostalgic, but I've kind of missed Michael Knowles. You know, there's something reliable and calming about his you know, sort of medically low IQ. And I thought we could just take a look at one. Plus his videos are always short. Oh, you haven't missed him? Oh, you should leave now. Another Supreme Court win has made Satanists very angry. Interesting. All right. Here's exactly how to debate the left's absurd pro-abortion talking points. Did you guys know that I'm very bored by abortion debates? They're so boring. Like I've said, okay, if you want to learn all the arguments about bodily autonomy and crap, you can, but the best argument is simply to club your opponent over the head with a mallet. Yeah. TikTok woman shocking stance on yeah, yeah, okay. The View host attacks straight white men. Concerning. Watch Amazon. Oh my God, it's this lady again. This one. Really? It's 2022. Oh my God. Come on. Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly consume blood for ritual. I saw that on Twitter. We falling for the bait? Girls with erections, new term from the American Academy of Pediatrics. Wow, this is remarkable. Every single one of these video title, they bore me. All of them. The title of the video contains the entirety of the argument that he'll be providing in those videos. Does that make sense? Girls the I mean, what is this? Girls can't have erections. What's an erection for? What's hard? Your clit? Wait, hold on. Do you think he's going to say that? Do you think he's going to say, can your clit get hard? As though, because he might not know about clitoral erections? Wait, hold on. If he says that'd be very funny.
The American Academy of Pediatrics, which in its new guide on puberty is discussing girls with erections. That's the phrase. They've got a new guide on puberty called Uology, a puberty guide for everybody, targeted toward children ages 9 through 13 years old, explaining how some girls are actually boys and how girls can get erections, and that's totally normal and totally fine. And these people have the audacity to make fun of Christians and Jews and Muslims as superstitious.
Oh, wait, hold on. I thought that liberals didn't make fun of Muslims because they were all too cucked. I thought the narrative was that liberals wouldn't make fun of what basically he's saying, believing in trans people is like believing in a god. Yeah, okay. So, yeah.
One thing that this conveys, just on a political point, is that you really can't trust anything these modern leftist medical associations have to say. When they say, you
remember when it used to be like your feelings can't argue with facts, like we know the science. Remember that? It was a period of time, about maybe like 2 or 3 years, where the mainstream conservative talking point was, yeah, we know biology, you only know your crazy social justice talking points. And I think conservatives have basically come to understand that all the medical community disagrees with them. And in response to that, now it's just this full-on, like, cultural Marxist conspiracism, where the left has infiltrated the entire concept of knowledge, and the only thing you can trust is, like, intuition. What was that thing Matt Gaetz said just a little while ago that was leading to some discourse? Oh yeah, the overeducated women bit. That was pretty good. That was a very good bit. He wants you barefoot, pregnant, underage, and with a GED, I suppose. Where was that? Politicians tweet so much. So let me... No, let me see. Oh, right. Twitter doesn't search on the entire page. It only searches on the part of the page you're on. Searches at and overeducated. Yeah, I just... Did you know that Twitter does that? If you're scrolling through the feed, it won't search the entire feed that you have, like, loaded. It'll only show what's on your screen when you Control F. Isn't that weird? Yeah, here we go. How many of the women rallying against overturning Roe are overeducated, underloved millennials who sadly returned from protests to a lonely microwave dinner with their cats and no Bumble matches? I like this for maybe 17 reasons, which I'll try to list, maybe not in totality, but I'll do my best. First of all, the idea that the insult that he throws out first is overeducated. The funny thing is, like, education doesn't even have anything to do with the premise of this, divide. The abortion debate isn't over education. It's about basic ethical principles. So this is pretty much just like women need to be pregnant and not get too uppity. Like, that's basically the gist, It really speaks to insecurity as well, because when conservatives say stuff like this, you need to understand that this is nothing more than the politically informed version of guys saying, like, why do girls go out with thugs when they're ignoring nice guys like me? It's essentially like this spiteful lashing out at women, saying that their current, like, decision-making, outcomes are going to lead to them being, like, unfucked cat ladies. And this is anti-suffrage propaganda going back 100 years, you know? The constant paranoia of men that like, oh, these women want to vote, they want to be educated. Who's going to love them? They're not going to get any sex. It's like MGTOW logic. Like they think by folding their arms and saying, well, I wouldn't fuck her, that like women will change their minds or something. It's very, very goofy behavior, you know. No wonder he has to pay to fuck underage girls or whatever that was. How is he not in jail? I mean, I know why, but
You don't believe the science? You don't believe the CDC and the WHO and the American Pediatric Academy and, you know, well, no. If they think that girls can get erections, then I don't trust anything they say because they don't understand the most basic elements of human nature. So no, I don't trust them at all. I trust a random blog I read on the internet much more than I trust these people.
we know. No.
Because these people are getting something fundamentally wrong that I know for a fact is fundamentally wrong. This is the kind of weirdness that is going to enter into your political society if you reject basic truths. We are going so far down this path.
It's literally just a pamphlet that's about puberty, and it's like, okay, here's something boys have to deal with, but also here's something maybe girls have to deal with, and that's it. It's like, it's just a pamphlet, and it's like, here, good luck. Because it comes from an academic institution, my guess is that this is for parents. Like, here's how to deal with your hormonal puberty kid or whatever. Okay.
The only way out, I think, is to try to hold on to some grasp of the tradition, some grasp of reality. Someone the other day pointed out that conservatives, they talk about free speech and this, that, and the all they really want is Christian nationalism. Christian nationalism is a contradiction. I think it was Jen Rubin at the Washington Post. Christian nationalism is in many ways a contradiction in terms because Christianity makes universal claims, lowercase c, Catholic claims about
what?
The world. And so Christian nationalism is a conflicting sort of statement. But regardless, okay, let's use the phrase Christian. What does that mean? American conservatives want Christian standards and Christian traditions in society. And what's the alternative? Pumping 8-year-old boys full of puberty blockers.
It can never be normal with them, you know? Basically, he's like, okay, so let's say we want fascism. Well, what's the alternative? Trans people. This is, if you guys ever like really want to know why they fixate so much on trans people, even though it's like meaningless and doesn't affect their lives in any way, the reason for that, he's basically laying it out here. The reason for that is because truly devoted like Kool-Aid drinkers, like real fash anti-empiricist types, need a core anti-reality belief to hold on to. It has to be something fundamental and to them intuitive. That's the thing they have to hold on to more than anything else, you know? So in the mind of a conservative, fighting to keep women, and men isn't just some utilitarian argument over whether people would be happier or less happy with different definitions of gender. To them, it is a fundamental existential concept rooted in a divine reality that if torn apart, the entire world shatters. So they hold on to it. And the nice thing about this is that they will hold on to it with the fervor and dedication of crusaders. The kind of crusaders who, thank you very much, well, there's your problem podcast, stupidly charge east across Europe and then starved to death and died of thirst. Because they have no idea what they're doing, you know. The Crusaders were not as effective as it is often claimed they were. Thank you again. Well, there's your problem podcast. Yeah, that was a very good episode. They were, yeah, and they ate each other. Yes, there we go. Some classic Christian cannibalism. Very good, very good. Yeah. Anyway, listen. Okay, when in the coming decades, when you see like a rise in conservative terrorism, where they're like suicide bombing gender clinics or whatever, you have to understand the reason why they're doing this is because they think you're in there killing God. They are absolutely insane. Their brains are broken. Conservatism is a mental illness.
That's the alternative. Sign me up for the Christian Nation, please. Hey, where do I get me some of that Christian nation? Which do you want? If we look back at the actual practical application of these things, I think we're beginning to find out that the people using their unfettered reason, the people using, they're inflicting their will on society to undo everything we've come.
Unfettered reason. Literally. Unfettered, going crazy with being logical. These people, they're just going hog wild with being correct.
That has come before us. Those people are giving us a society that is unrecognizable and ugly and something we don't desire. And now when we've got a little free speech, we're allowed to say it and we're allowed to take our country back. I'm glad you liked that clip. Now?
I didn't. Also boring. Wait, let's get another one. Can we get a better one? This is going to be so boring. What in the world did Joe Biden say? Is it just like him stuttering or something? Leftist elites laugh because the joke's on us. Episode. Oh, this is a show, not like a little snippet. Marjorie Taylor Greene responds perfectly to liberal hit job. Man, I didn't know that Michael Knowles was far enough to get into like the QAnon game. I guess they all do. Thug life. Thug life. Okay. All right. State college teaches hardcore porn. Fuck it.
There's a school in Utah, Westminster College, Salt Lake City, Utah. They are right now offering a course on hardcore pornography. This is a private college, not state-sponsored, but it's a private college offering a...
Wait, it's a private institution that teaches to adults because it is a college. Okay. All right.
Course on hardcore porn. This is Gender 3000. So already, you know,
the
course is in
dude, you could actually put together a banging college course applying gender theory to hardcore porn. You could actually do a lot with that. That is yeah, you could do a lot with that one. 100%. Yeah. That's a senior level course too. Yeah, it's 300. Or is it, did it say 3,000? Whatever.
Gender Studies Department, which means it should be abolished. Because gender studies and all of these sort of critical studies that cropped up in recent decades to give stupid students something that they can study because they weren't able to keep up in the real academic disciplines.
I think this is remarkably telling considering the fact that left-leaning people outperform and outproduce conservatives in all levels of academia in terms of attendance and outcomes, like just consistently in every way. How can you simultaneously believe that like college is a liberal institution that doesn't mean anything, but also believe the most liberal elements of that institution are something put there for like the failing kids or whatever? Look, all I have to say is if gender study courses are for idiots, then conservatism is for fucking retards because they miss the point more consistently than like any other group of people. Like you really don't want to disparage this, okay? You're like don't be like the anime villain who shows up every third episode and keeps telling the hero that they're weak and then losing to the hero, because you're only really hurting yourself there, okay? You want treat gender studies like a powerful enemy, okay?
So you say, okay, we're going to do gender and ethnicity and migration studies, and it's just an education in leftism. And so as long as you say the right political slogans, you can get a good grade and you can graduate. It was a way to give the left an even stronger foothold in education. So the minute you see gender,
it's kind of another way of saying that the foundation of leftism is just academic rigor.
Studies, you think, okay, never mind. This should get rid of this. As long as we're fixing standards here, just abolish this whole department, turn it into a library or something. In any case, the Gender 3 Studies course is called Porn. And here's the description. Hardcore pornography is as American as apple pie and more popular than Sunday Night Football. Our approach to this billion-dollar industry is as both a cultural phenomenon that reflects and reinforces sexual inequalities, but holds the potential to challenge sexual and gender norms, and as an art form that requires serious contemplation. We will watch pornographic films together and discuss the sexualization of race, class, and gender as an experimental radical art form. This is a very bad idea.
I would do great in this class, okay? I'm ready to analyze the pornography.
is very harmful to students' education. This should not be permitted at any college or
They're adults. It's a senior level class for adults. What do you? These people are in their 20s. They don't have to sign up for it. They choose to. They choose to sign up for that class.
university in the country. This is extremely obscene. This appeals primarily to the prurient interest. And it is.
Remember, underneath all of the libertarian bullshit they claim to care about, like him in the last video saying he cares about free speech, at the end of the day, they are authoritarians and they can never be anything else. We're literally talking about a private institution in which adults can consensually sign up for a course in order to access material which they legally could access when they turned 18, and practically speaking, probably started accessing when they were 13 or 14, at least if we're speaking from my experience. So, yeah, this is obscene. This is damaging for them. Well, then they could just not sign up for it. Like, they just... Like, and like, I just want to know, like, the guy who is very susceptible to being corrupted by pornography, but has to take a $8,000 college course to see it in a room with 30 other students rather than Googling it on his computer, you know? Like, this is very obscene. What if through some incredible, strange series of of developments, a person had never seen porn, but also agreed to go to a private college? Okay.
Is not protected by free speech. In the American tradition, this class would have no free speech protection, no First Amendment protection. Why? It's not because pornography.
This is not true. I think they're talking about obscenity, but I think I think the difference, they're talking about obscenity laws here, but I think the difference here is between whether something can be distinguished as obscenity in a way which would prevent you from revealing it publicly, as opposed to the right to sue a private institution because it has whatever it is, the school's fine, and he doesn't believe in free speech. Okay, he literally has yet to state something harmful. Oh, he's not going to either. They never do.
Pornography is not a worthwhile phenomenon to discuss. It is. It's a huge problem in America. It's a major political problem. We don't really talk about it enough. It's destroying the lives of especially a lot of young men. How many times?
It's a college course. Nobody's going to get pornography addiction from being in a classroom, like getting tested on the sociological analysis of pornography. If they were going to get porn addiction, it would be from the porn they can watch in their computer.
Every week, I get letters into my mailbag, lots of letters into my mailbag saying, I've been hooked on porn since I was 10. It's ruined my life. How do we fix it? So,
really? Is that, do you get those a lot? Is that just unprompted mailbag? Like real, actual snail mail? Like people are writing letters. Not, Sir Knowles, not a day has gone by where I've not come at least 8 times from this lecherous debauchery. Yeah, what did I just hear? He's getting letters from children about porn? What is this? I don't know.
I think the conversation is really important to have. I think it's really important to study how pornography was mainstreamed into America, how legal prohibitions against it were overturned. That's a...
Are we just done pretending to be pro-free speech? I think we need... Okay.
Really interesting conversation. But that's not what this class does. This class involves sitting down with boys and girls and the teacher.
I love that. These kids in their 20s, boys and girls, as it, like, they don't separate the... Yeah, it's men and women. They don't separate the two. Like it's a fucking Orthodox church or some shit.
Watching this stuff. Well, that's very different. It'd be like taking a class on crystal meth.
Dude, the funniest thing about this shit is that you know all of these guys, all these like big conservative grifter types are either like fuck it, wherever the next Epstein Island is, because you know they didn't just like let that industry die, right? Like, you know, Epstein died, and the moment he died, some other guy stepped up to the plate. Like, they're either spending every second they have like railing kids on some island, or like wishing they were one of the guys who could. These people are degenerates, you know? All you have to do, it's a joke. All the prostitutes around DC, you know, all of them have been to the political parties. It's a whole thing. Like, I'm pretty sure the only reason we don't get more stories out of prostitutes in DC is because they know they're not going to get follow-up work if it turns out they're the one who leaked. Like, the moment a prostitute in DC tells a story to the press, they're blacklisted because everyone will know it was them, because all the politicians will think, well, only that prostitute was in the position to believe that there were 8 children at that party, and that we had meth and cocaine, but not the Adderall bucket. She didn't see the Adderall bucket, so it couldn't have been Stacy. It had to be, like, they're gonna like coordinate stories and shit, you know? And it's just, it will never stop amusing me, especially in the wake of this Madison Cawthorn shit, where Madison Cawthorn's like, I am a very anti-degenerate, very serious tradcon whose fight for America first will never assuage me. And then, like, here's him in femboy outfit 1. And he's like, okay, I'm not letting this take me down. And then there's like, he's like face fucking some college guy on a bed while moaning like a wet walrus or something. And he's like, my commitment remains pure. It's like, we know these guys are cocaine parties. Was it his cousin? Was it actually his cousin, or was he making that up? Was it actually the cousin? It was his cousin? Okay. Whatever. What state is he from? Don't be ableist. Is he from the fucking South or something? North Carolina? It's not really... That's not far south enough to make the incest jokes. I don't know.
And cocaine and hardcore narcotics. You could take a class on that in chemistry.
Wait, there literally are classes on like the drug war, aren't there? In like criminology and stuff? Yeah, okay.
Instance, and talk about these drugs and what they do, and their effects, and you could even have a policy discussion on whether or not they should be legal or regulated. That class would be perfectly fine. But the minute that the class says, okay, and as part of your final exam, you're all going to do a bunch of crystal and tell me how it feels.
That's exactly like it. You can tell this is a guy, very normal opinions on sex, because to him, doing a fuck ton of meth is exactly like seeing titties bouncing on a screen. These are exactly the same things to him. They would have the same effect on him too, you know? His pupils would widen, he'd start spazzing out and fucking flipping out in the ground and shit. You know, it's completely, yeah.
So you're all gonna blow.
He 100% believes they're all coming to the porn. Oh, I'm sure, yeah. I'm sure he does, yeah.
Bunch of lines of coke, smoke a pipe of crack, and tell me how it feels. That's a very different thing. And
wait, they're not doing that in the class, though. They're not showing you a 2-hour-long uninterrupted fucking blacked video or bang bus and like having you jerk off and going like, okay, how many times did you come, class? Like, he probably does think that's what they're doing. I shouldn't take this away from him.
And that's what this porn class is doing, because the way that you use crack cocaine is by smoking it.
Why'd you think of blacked first? Because I was browsing 4chan the other day, and that's all the pull-tards will consume. Seriously, all you have to do, 10 seconds on pull, okay, and you see black dick. They cannot get their minds off of it.
The way that you use heroin is by injecting it. The way that you use pornography is by watching it. The very act of watching pornography is what destroys that sort of academic environment. Because when you watch porn, it's the same reason that you shouldn't be doing these kind of hardcore drugs. When you watch pornography, you are not appealing to your rational faculties. You're not appealing to your intellect. You're not appealing to your rational will. You're losing control of that because you're appealing to the appetite.
Wouldn't that mean you could never have a culinary class? Because when you're eating food to determine the quality of its construction, you would be literally appealing to your appetite, and therefore it's irrational? Like, the desire to eat and the sort of mechanical and biological incentive we have to eat is stronger than the one we have to reproduce. We die without eating. Would that mean, like, can we not do like film analysis, because films are literally meant to like grab our emotions? Like, what this is incredibly fucking dumb. This is retarded. Yeah. I hate this old school ethics shit. This is like watching like Dare shit from the 1990s, you know? When they're like, this is what they call the devil's lettuce, or you know, the green Satan, or marijuana. Here's a man who smoked it, and they show like some fucking dude who got beheaded by the cartel or whatever. That's what happened to him, you know?
If you watch a lot of porn, if you do a lot of drugs, if you drink too much, if you do things that are in the indulgence of your vices, you are going to lose your higher will. You're going to weaken your rational faculties.
I hate being a utilitarian because I feel like it's such a waste of time to have a consistent ethical theory when your opponents are all monkeys banging rocks against their own head. You see, I've arbitrarily defined this set of things that I have a religiously oriented dislike towards as vices. And also, because you get emotional about these things, but not all these other things that I don't think are vices, it's actually bad to look at the... Like, God, it's just like, okay, yeah, you know. This is like the consequence of Ben Shapiro's popularity. Because Ben Shapiro is this retarded. The only difference between this and Ben Shapiro is that Ben talks faster and he loads more logical preconceptions before arriving at his completely arbitrary bullshit, you know? Like, Michael Knowles is stupid, so he'll just go, this is bad because it's degenerate. But Ben Shapiro will go, this is bad because it's a violation of this, and because it incentivizes this behavior, and that's bad because it's degenerate. That's the only difference, really. He just loads more steps before... you know, the grand finale where he reveals that it was his Judeo-Christian values. Like, oh God, have you seen this shit about Ben Shapiro being like super anti-abortion when the Torah and the Hadith are like literally, not Hadith, the fucking Jewish Bible or whatever is literally pro-abortion. Like, the Talmud, thank you. The Hadith is Muslim. Yeah, the Talmud, thank you. Yeah, the Torah and the Talmud. Where it's not just permissive of abortion, it's actively pro-choice, you know? Islam is pro-abortion too. Yeah, and you know what? The Christian Bible gives you instructions on having an abortion as well, doesn't it? The Christian Bible doesn't define a life by conception. It defines it by first breath. It has an instruction on how to do abortions. Yeah, the bitter waters. All three of the Abrahamic faiths are explicitly pro-choice. And they were pro-choice 2,000 years ago. Well, Christianity 2,000-ish, Jewish 4,000-ish, Islam 600-ish. You know, there's some variety there. But they were all in their own way, in their own very regressive, ancient, religious way. Yeah, what I don't know. I'm not a religious historian. Yeah, okay, 1400-ish. Thank you. I couldn't remember if it was 500 years old or if it was 500 AD. Whatever. The point is, all of the Abrahamic faiths, in their holy texts, are like unambiguously pro-choice. I don't think any of them define life by conception because they didn't even know what conception was. They didn't know. You'd think if there's such a big deal, you'd think God would have written that down somewhere, or at least like by the first belly bump or something, like no harm may be done. But nope, it's not in the holy texts. You know, whatever.
And that's not a very good thing. Unfortunately that's what our society has become. I know that we always talk about 1984 by George Orwell as though that were the description of the society we're living in. There's censorship. There's an increasingly totalitarian form of government. Yeah, sure. Actually, the way that the establishment controls...
This entire segment has been him saying we need to restrict freedom of speech and ban certain academic departments because I disagree politically with their outcomes. That's literally the segment we're on right now. Okay. Yeah.
The American people is much more like Brave New World by Aldous Huxley than 1984 by George Orwell.
He's not read either of these, I'm willing to bet.
Huxley...
He's going to say it controls their choice. Yeah, this is what they always do. They're like, actually, don't mind us while we fervently try to pass legislation to restrict your rights. The real authoritarianism is the left giving you rights, which will actually make your life worse somehow.
Who was Orwell's French teacher, I believe, actually wrote a letter to him to this effect and said, you know, George, it's a good book that you wrote, but my version of it is more accurate as to how political elites actually gain power. They don't do it by just smacking you with a stick. They don't do it by beating you into submission. They usually do it by appealing to your desires.
I like how he hasn't read 1984. 1984 isn't just about the leaders bashing you with a stick. That's not how the system of control works in 1984. It's about the control of information first and foremost, which is what he's advocating for in this video. He is explicitly advocating for the social structure that, okay.
By appealing to your appetites and your lusts. They do it by promoting drugs, by promoting promiscuous sex, by destroying the family. By which is more, when you look at those two visions of a dystopian society, which seems more correct? The absolute, rigid, transparent party program that has...
Transparent? The transparent party program of Oceania? Ah, yes, I remember that in 1984, when everything was very clear. No, he hasn't read it.
All of these very strict rules that you've got.
No, he's talking about Brave New World. No, wasn't he talking about 1984 that first time?
When you look at those two visions of a dystopian society, which seems more correct? The absolute, rigid, transparent party program that has all of these very strict rules that you've got to follow, or...
Yeah, he's talking about 1984 right there. The transparent party program. Yes, of course. The party of Oceania, the inner party, was remarkably transparent about its structure. Thank you.
Or a society of licentiousness and hedonism that tells you if it feels good, do it. Obviously, it's the latter. That's the way the society is decaying, and that's not only is...
Oh, so by the way, I've never read Brave New World. However, isn't it interesting how he's not actually describing how the Brave New World society is authoritarian? Like, he just did with 1984, an autocratic, direct, rule-following program. But he's not actually saying anything negative about the society in Brave New World. All he's saying is that they're hedonistic and degenerate or whatever, but he's not explaining how that contributes to the authoritarianism. He's not even describing the book Brave New World. I mean, there's no reason to trust his assessment. Again, I haven't read it, so I can't make any prescriptions, but yeah.
Is that a function of the really decayed aspects of popular culture? That's now what's literally being taught.
He's inferring the degeneracy is the bad part. Well, it is. To him, you think this guy gives a shit about authoritarianism? It's like the degeneracy is what they care about,
In universities, the purpose of which is to do the opposite. The purpose of which is to give you a liberal education and teach you how to make sense of your freedom. I'm so glad.
Nice. God, he's stupid. I'm really mad that he pussied out of talking to me, because I responded to one of his tweets a while ago, and his manager DM'd me, and said we can maybe set something up. I should follow up with that. I should send another DM. I think it'd be fun. Because, like, this guy's like wet toilet paper, right? Like, it feel like, yeah, easy to shred. Nice and relaxing. All right, get this guy out of my face. Get him out. It's not even fun to tear into. He's just stupid and wrong. Matt Walsh is about as stupid. He's just kind of more overtly evil. I don't know. Nah, it feels like doing two. We got two guys. Imagine doing two guys in a row. Couldn't be me. That was a sex joke. Because get it? It was a double entendre. Doing is in covering the content of, but also how. Yeah. Okay. Had a couple of things logged in here. Bosch's porn addiction bad for you? Isn't addiction by by definition bad? It's like mental illness, where it's defined by negatively influencing your ability to participate in society. Like, an addiction by definition has to be bad. Bosch only fucks trans girls? Don't even. All of fucking Twitter calls me not all of Twitter. It's just one of the things that I see, and I've seen it more lately. It's like one of those. Well, he supports trans people, therefore. Personally, I just feel like there are a lot of trans girls who are so like so used to being shit on that the concept of a person being attracted to them feels like a paraphilia, you know? And it's like, damn, look, you know, you got, feel good about yourself, okay? Come on. See this tweet about you? I love tweets about me. Hold on. Vosh is the Eminem of trans Twitter. What the fuck? What the fuck does this mean? I think I know what this means. I don't... There's a lot of layers to this tweet. I don't have the mental fortitude to unpack. That's fair. This is kind of true. I don't know what it means, but I think it's true. Hate how many layers this is true on. You're part of the community, but not one of us. Well, half of trans Twitter seems to think that I'm actually a girl, so... He somehow uses more slurs, though. That's true. Trans girl that's also a transphobic chaser. It's more likely than you think. Eminem's legit one of the most talented rappers of all time. Vosh should take it as a compliment. Yeah, I mean, I've heard like, I don't know, maybe a dozen Eminem songs, and I guess they're pretty good. Now when I hear them, I mostly just hear like the meme though, because Eminem songs are so memed that it's just like a meme. I don't know that much about rap or hip hop, so I don't feel like I have a very good like a palette to appreciate the range of noises in that. I will say, however, that while I do think I think his music sounds good, I do not like lyrical rapping. I don't know. Maybe this is just because of my anime video game OST shit, where I'm just very into instrumental tracks. But it seems like it just, yeah, I don't know. I'm just not as opposed to. Isn't that like a thing, lyrical rapping? Isn't it like a meme where you'll have like a white guy, 22 years old, with a fade and like 1 centimeter long hair on top, and he'll be in like a closet in front of a mic, and he'll like spit 40 seconds of lyrics at like 87 words a second, and it all rhymes, but like it doesn't mean anything. I guess I feel like when I'm listening to I feel like when I'm okay, how do I put this? Lyrical, spiritual individual. Yeah. Do you spherical individual. Do you guys ever get the feeling when you're listening to a song and the lyrics are being written to rhyme, not because the lyrics mean anything on their own? Does that make any sense? Like, the lyrics are only there to keep pace with the beat and to continue to rhyme, but when listened to on their own, like if you just read them, it's like nothing. It's just like over and over, like I'm so this, I'm so that, but it's not even like an interesting way. I don't mind like braggadocious rapping if you want to brag, but a lot of it is like boring, if that makes any sense. Like it's not constructed in a way that's lyrically interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's just my impression. Keep in mind, before you all call me racist, that what I'm talking about right now, I'm literally only thinking of young white men. So this isn't even a race thing. I don't even know how much, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. This take is 100% correct. There's a bunch of lyrical miracle types that treat rap like it's the Guinness Book of World Records. And yes, most of them are white dudes. Okay, yeah. The obsession with rapping quickly seems really fucking dumb to me. Like, that would be like being like a rock band where the guitarist's claim to fame is that he can like strum the fret super fast. And like that's like, oh, can you make it sound good? No. Okay, can you like do complex like chord changes? No. Okay, are you like a good music writer? No. But I can do it like really fast. You know, it's like, okay. It's like strum the fret. I'm not a musician. You know what I mean. Don't. Yeah. You know what I mean. Power metal? I don't know shit about shit. But do you get what I'm talking about? Like, Through the Fire and Flames? Well, Dragon Force is like a meme band, okay? Look, at least they were for me because I played Guitar Hero 3 a bunch, so it was like the final boss or whatever. But you get what I mean, right? Like, there's no inherent value in being the fastest of an instrument, because being a rapper, you're just the lyricist. That's basically an instrument in the context of like the harmony of a song, right? Like, that's an element to it. So it's like, oh, I can go super fast, and that's what I'm known for. And it's like, okay. I mean, I feel like you should make it sound good, though. That'd be good if you could do that. Fuck, there's always I'm such a fucking normie when it comes to music, man. I really like strong instrumental tracks that are rapped over. I feel it's really dumb because like it's like such a normie take, and I usually try to be an obnoxious contrarian hipster about everything, but I don't know enough to be one about music. But I feel like consistently, the music that I like the sound of most, every time I hear it, is just Nicki Minaj. Just there are so many songs, I don't even like listen to her that much, but every time I hear Nicki Minaj songs, it's like, damn, that sounds pretty good. I don't know. Yeah, you can hate me for it. Maybe it's the bass line. Maybe I just really like the instrumental, and it's not even about the lyrical performance or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It's okay to be normal. Thank you. I appreciate that. People will get mad at me if I'm like an obnoxious hipster. People are going to get mad at me if I'm not. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I can do. Yeah. Watch the newest FD Signifier video about Nicki Minaj? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I do like her stuff. What was that one song? Did she do She-Rock, or was that another person and she was just the guest singer for that? Was that published under her album, or was that another? Shira? No, She-Rock. C-H-I. Is it Key-Rock? I don't know. Put Barb in your bio? Yeah, okay. Chirac? Is it Chirac? Never heard it said out loud. I just type it into the YouTube bar. Man, it is windy outside. Holy shit. Jesus. Okay. Let's hold on. Dude, it is windy. Can you guys hear the creaking of like the curtain bar? No? Okay, I guess that's good. I feel like I'm in like a haunted mansion or something. It's like the sound of kitchen cupboards being opened and closed. Stop. Jesus. I need my anti-ghost gun. Or just one of my regular guns. Well, quick meme. What is the name of that 1911 gun company that makes the really... Is it Staccato? They make high quality, like kind of futuristic looking 1911s. That to me don't look that good. Colt? No. No. Staccato, yeah. My grandpa bought 3 of them. I'm glad he's enjoying his retirement. Also, he's like 93, so he can do whatever he wants. Have you bit the bullet in getting an AK? Yeah, I'm probably gonna get an AK. What's the one that I wanted? What's the... Later this year, they're putting out a KR 101, but there was a person who emailed me a ton of info on it, and I decided... No, I want a 556. Okay, I have to close this. Holy shit, it's going crazy. Jesus Christ. No pants? Nah, the shorts rode up. These are short shorts, baby. If you are running a 556, just get an AR. No. ARs are cringe. Okay? I'm not what it listen, okay? 556. I want the glorious American ammunition in the glorious AK styled weapon, okay? I don't want to hear about it. I don't want your bitching and moaning. Where is that It's always so difficult to find what I'm looking for. Yeah, probably this. Yeah, that's pretty good. I would want to change the furniture to a more like a cherry red maybe, or like a deeper red. But it's a nice gun. Is it LARPy? Is it LARPy to have a AK gun? Yes, it is. Whatever. Sand and stain it. Yeah, I could just sand and stain it. You know, I would have to see like a good way to do that if possible. You know, they're highly functional guns, so you know at least it's not done at the expense of functionality. All right, that's enough. Shut up. Okay, why do I keep failing to click on this button? I've like looked for it 20 times. You have an M14. You can't say anything about ARs. No, I have a Mini 14, not an M14. What do you want? Oh! Magazine attachment AR-15 reload. I found I hate the AK reload. Okay. Hold on. Let me catch up with some donos. We have to talk about J.K. Rowling real quick. Actual T. Hello. Tier 2 sub. I don't want to be white. I'm a female. Transvosh Twitter says so. Don't take it away from me. Transvosh. Confirm. That's true. You look good in the shirt. Not me, us. Blame it on the bubble and John Emo. Thank you all very much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Do you think Red-Brown Alliance advocates deliberately pick progressive candidates who have no shot at winning so when they do lose, they can do repeal people? Ha! Yeah, they don't take the process very seriously, do they? You know? We've tried basically nothing and we're all out of ideas. That type of, yeah. Yeah. Pasa Caglia, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. It's very, very kind of you. Bronx Bjorn with the $10. Check out the alien gun. It's really sick. I don't know what the fuck you're referring to there. No, we're not getting gun locked. No gun lockerino. Okay, jeez. Get Ducky and Darkmind776. Thank you for the tier 2 subs. Asban and Spicy Chicken Burger. Thank you for the 5. Sake with the $10. Yes, it might finally be upon us, Sake. Mountains of Chadness, any 10-letter name adjacent here. Thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Nova Carlotta, thank you likewise. Hubbalaboo and how do you do? And Bethany, thank you for the $5 both. Vosh, what's your take on participation trophies? Also, how do you respond to the conservative talking point that nobody accepts personal responsibility now? That's just grumpy boomer whining. Like every generation says that about the next one. It's just not true. There are a million examples you could put in either direction. It's just super fucking dumb. Kids these days bullshit. As for participation trophies, I don't think there's anything wrong with them. Like, seriously, like, people bitch about them so much, but, like, do they actually do anything negative? Like, yeah, I don't know. Seems like a lot of people are just, like, grumpy, and they just like being angry. I don't know. It's fine. It's like for, like, little kids. Like, for, like, 8-year-olds in soccer or some shit. I mean, okay. Good luck, Bethany. Spicy Chicken Burger. Thank you. I appreciate that. Asban, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Renew can be a bit fucky sometimes. Addison, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you, Semi Locon, for the tier 3 gifted subscription. Vorse, oh my goodness, so much kindness today. Maybe I should stream less often. Professor Studs and Bainbridge Born, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Missed you too, Professor Studs. Thank you. Kalik Tessie with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Spatazy, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Good. Make some Canadian tier content. Too many Canadians do a bunch of shit about America, and they make everything worse over here, okay? Matt Phoenix, Reeves, and John Emo, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. I was essentially a full-blown Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro viewpoint on trans issues. You've converted me entirely to position. I appreciate that. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you. Gender is stupid classification to hold yourself to. I hold more in common with my class than I do some males. okay. I don't think people have much of a choice with regards to whether they want to opt into or out of gender as it exists right now, you know? If people want to be gender neutral, they can, but it won't change the fact that people are going to, like, assign these roles to them, you know? Any advice for somebody starting a political commentary? These nuts. I have a video on my main channel about that, like, advice for starting a channel. It's got pretty much all I have, I'm afraid. But it's pretty comprehensive, I think. Bigololo, the tier 1 sub, really appreciate that. And Corey Springer, thank you for the $5. Yes, the first breath outside the womb is what defines the life. Do I have time to do all the old donations? Fuck, I don't think I do. Fuck, okay. What if I talked about J.K. Rowling, and then I just turned on TTS, and we just played some Dark Souls 2 for a bit till I ended stream? That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, in fact, I'm not even going to let you have a say. So I did want to add one fun little thing, a lay epic meme, as one would, and totally not to celebrate me getting a big tweet. You know, I'm still, you know, who doesn't get a little giddy when a tweet gets like 50,000 likes or whatever? Anyway, put out this banger at 5:12 a.m. Because my sleep schedule has been garbage, and it's a very good meme. But I want to talk about the meme. You know, J.K. Rowling when the actual attack on women's sex-based rights show up. And there you go. So J.K. Rowling, as you all know, a steadfast feminist, maybe the world's greatest, fighting relentlessly, not against trans people, but in favor of the sex-based rights of women, of cis women, presumably, but I don't think she's capable of using that term. Now, she's been a bit dead on Twitter since the beginning of May. Interestingly, all she's really done lately is retweet these cringy little like TERF brunches. Ladies who it's like all these ancient like listen, the funniest thing that I have to say now and forever about TERFs is that if you went on Twitter and took a picture of them and said, "You think trans women aren't women? Well, what about this, huh? Can you tell with her?" and said that to a bunch of TERFs, all the other TERFs would clock them in a million ways, you know? It's when you present anyone who's not a 10 out of 10 Gigastacy to a TERF and imply they're trans, they'll tear each other apart. It's phenomenal. In very misogynistic ways, too. It's funny, you know, when TERFs attack the appearances of trans women, they do it in the exact same way that people attack the appearances of butch cis women. You know what I mean? Like, it's very misogynistic, you know, like, wow, I thought we were feminists here. I guess we're just okay, like, engaging in this behavior, but yeah. Anyway, all J.K. Rowling's really done lately, see, it's all these... This is very weird, by the way. This is extremely weird. Wow. This is deeply frightening, I have to say. Okay. All right. Well. But that's hashtag JKR Ladies Lunch, hashtag Ladies Who Lunch, hashtag Sex Matters, Women's Lunch Permission Office, hashtag Women's Rights Network, JKR Ladies Lunch, Picnic Lunch, and Bath. Shout out to the JKR Ladies Lunch today. We hear some had bubbly. Hashtag Beltane, hashtag respect my sex if you want my ex. Hashtag respect my ex. I love this, by the way. Again, we're very principled feminists. Okay. Now we've got... God, I want to be misogynistic, but I have to rise above. I got in trouble the last time I did that. Really, though, respect my sex if you... Yeah, okay. Is that the same group of people? Oh, all old British people look the same. Much laughter, sisterhood, and seditious plotting from... Safe for Work, Nottingham? South Southwest Nottingham? Is this a British? It's a British thing? I guess some people here aren't like 100. They're all kind of old. Not really. A lot of them are. I'm negatively disposed towards all these people. They all look ugly. Bat Canary. You shouldn't shame the appearances of these people. Until you remember that if this was a group of trans women who looked literally identical to this group, it would get passed around turf circles and every element of their appearance would be ruthlessly torn into. In which case, once you add to that factor, you know, I think it's you can say whatever you want. This is, keep in mind, literally a hate group meetup. These people are meeting exclusively based around their anti-trans ideology. It's not like this is some incidental thing. You know what I mean? Like they're organizing around that idea extensively. When you say they're ugly on the inside. What's outside is incidental and also ugly. So why am I talking about this? Well, part of it's funny. Secondly, I think it's really important to reiterate the fact that TERFs don't exist. They're not real. I feel like it should be more evident now that, like, in the most powerful country on earth, the United States, the greatest attack on actual sex-based rights for women has taken place in the past half century. Like, undeniably. It's not even close. It's like very, very, very clearly, like, this is literally the sex-based rights thing, you know, whether or not you can, you know, even have an abortion. It's a sex-based thing. But does J.K. Rowling say anything? No. Now, will she say something eventually? Maybe. But I ask you, okay? If J.K. Rowling feels an impetus drive to comment on trans athletes in the United States or to intervene in the most, you know, just minimal shit when it comes to trans people, but stays silent over this, do you think she cares about women? No, I don't believe TERFs are real because I've never met a TERF who actually cared about women's rights, who actually was a feminist. There's an archetype of a TERF, which is this radical second-wave feminist who is usually pretty anti-male, fervently pro-women's liberation, and doesn't like trans women and feels trans men are lost sisters because of the political biases of their bloody blah. But I have not met, in all the time that I've done this, a TERF who was actually a feminist. They're just conservatives who frame their attacks on trans people as being a, you know, element to defend women. But to me, if all your feminism is we need to protect our bathrooms from trans women, how does that make you any more of a feminist than white Southerners 100 years ago lynching black men to protect white women from them rapists? Because was that feminism? Like, well, obviously not. Clearly not. Is it really like if the only way in which your feminist politics are being evoked are that you want to brutally attack a minority and frame it as a defense of women, congratulations. You're exactly the same as the Brexit types who were saying that Muslim rape gangs were attacking women and therefore they needed to cut off all immigration. Listen, defending women has been like the excuse every reactionary group has ever thrown out there when it comes to the persecution of a minority. They do this every time. So, again, I don't think TERFs are real. I genuinely do not believe that. I don't think it's a group that exists. Maybe there are like 5. But every time someone seems to be a TERF, like on social media, some British cunt, whatever, and then you look at their likes for 5 minutes, and they're buddies with every anti-feminist conservative in their fucking district. Every time. Like, with basically no exceptions. You look at who they actually pal around with, and they're like just not even regular conservative, like far-right conservative. The whole TERF thing is just an aesthetic smokescreen meant to obfuscate the issue. Conservatives signal boost TERFs because TERFs beg the question and play, what do you call it? What do you call it when you, concern troll. They concern troll. You know, if the rhetorical line from conservatives is uniform, if it's just conservatives saying, we hate trans people, gender equals sex, rah-de-rah, you know, that's one thing to fight against. But then you have this additional fake political group that's made manifest to act as pawns, essentially, to distract and to divide. And those are the TERFs. And those are the ones that are supposed to pull off trans-skeptical liberal feminists and make them conservative. Additionally, it takes more time to argue against TERF positions, which is why J.K. Rowling is like the grand wizard of transphobia, in spite of the fact that she's not a politician and ostensibly, explicitly, though obviously she really is, isn't a conservative. She doesn't even market herself as anti-trans, because she's dishonest, of course, but isn't it interesting that the forefront of anti-trans advocacy would be coming from a person who isn't even willing to acknowledge that they're an anti-trans advocate? Like, doesn't that make, like, that's a little weird, right? I think it's a little bit strange. At any rate, I'm glad you like the Grand Wizard thing, by the way. I felt very clever saying that. Yeah, it's just the reason I'm really, really like hammering on this, okay, is because I don't want a repeat of the shit that happened with J.K. Rowling, with me epically owning her and making her cry and shit herself and piss. I don't want that to happen again. I want people to understand this is just another rhetorical strategy, you know? This really is no different than the conservatives back in the 1960s, whose private internal position, the thing they felt in their heart, was that it's fun to lynch black people. But outwardly instead say, actually, I think it's in the best interests of black people to be limited to their own institutions because I acknowledge the fact that white people are racist and oftentimes feel as though black people would be better off if they could be kept in their own social spaces. It's the same argument we heard from Stryker back when we did that 2v2 debate with Destiny. Remember? When he was saying, actually, it's for the good of black people. You know, Mark Collett did the same thing talking with Rose Wrist and Mount the Infidel, the debate we looked over just a couple of days ago. You guys understand the point that I'm getting at here, right? I just want it to be understood. It is a completely disingenuous, fake belief system. It is not real. It just doesn't exist. You have conservatives who attack trans people by saying trans people are degenerate, and you have conservatives who attack trans people by saying that, you know, they pose a threat to women, and actually, why can't they just be very feminine men, and blah-de-blah. We know the transphobic TERF talking points, you know. You get what I mean? Okay, I hope you get what I mean. Are the rolling paper masks their KKK hood equivalent? Yeah, probably. Here, let's enjoy a little more. By the way, all these pictures were retweeted on the 1st of May. This is like some big, like, England-wide get-together. You see? This one's got a dog, at least. That's nice. I think that's nice. What is with the grain? Do they have like a smoke machine here? Why is everything so desaturated in this picture? Is it just the natural ooze of transphobes? What's making UK foggy as hell? From a distance of 3 feet? Okay. We've retweeted some cool sculptures, so that's nice, you know? What do we got here? Oh no! Why? What does the X mean? They mean their vote. Respect my sex if you want my X, like the vote, like for me to vote for your candidate. Okay, this looks like a shit picnic. Come on. You can't cook? You're all women. We know they have to be women. That's a pre-requirement. Stop. Hey, listen, if they're obsessed with being girls... Oh, God. I'm sorry, every time... I know it's incredibly fucking mean, and I want you all to know that I would never feel this way if these weren't literally hate group meetups. But every time I look at these photos, you can literally see, like, multiple women who, if you just posted their picture to TERF Twitter, the TERFs would spend, like, the rest of the day calling them, like, an auto-gynophile who will never pass and who's, like, a fake caricature of women and blah-de-blah. Like, I know, like, it's just... I hate them so much. What do we have here? Oh, Allison Bailey. Oh, okay. Well, great. When you canvas everyone with you, needs to wear a Vosh mask. Yeah, it'll be a Vosh mask and a Chance XL dildo with a strap to adhere it. Very good. And now I'm just scrolling through J.K. Rowling's. Vosh said the AGP word. Everyone knows about the auto-gynophile conspiracy theory. Whatever it's called. This person blocked me. Okay, that's enough. Stop. I don't... It's a widely debunked bullshit medical theory that trans women are they only want to transition because they have a sexual fetish for being a woman, basically. But yeah, that's it. Channel 5. Oh, how long is that? Like they think they treat it like a kink thing. 20 minutes? No way. No shot if it's 20 minutes. 20 minutes. It's pretty short. 20 minutes? No, we're watching it later. Nope. I'm turning TTS on. You can cry about it. Cry, shit, scream, come, piss, whatever you want. It's not on yet. Oh, hey, Soccer. Washo Proteon's transition from female to male when he was in utero. True! Literally true. I'm an XX chromosome male, actually. I just, through sheer force of will, basically when the estrogen washes were flooding over the fetus that was me, I held my breath and didn't, I pinched off the umbilical cord so as not to receive any resources. You know, I would basically take deep nutritional gasps when the hormone washes weren't, you know, waving over me. And, yeah. I'd say the results speak for themselves. Cough's almost gone. Not totally gone, but almost. Turning on the thing. Dude, I can't wait to get over Hamilton, man. I can't wait to stop having the songs in my head. That's going to be amazing when that finally stops happening. It takes like a year. Ugh. I just need to find some other musical that's less popular so when I like hum the track under my breath, people don't know what I'm doing. Why do you think people egg post about you more than any other male content creator, it seems? Couple of reasons. One, I'm really masculine, which means that it's just kind of funny, you know, like the idea of me being a girl. Two, if I did transition, I feel like that would be pretty affirming to a lot of people because I'm pretty masculine. There are a lot of trans girls who are really masked dudes beforehand, by the way. That's not uncommon. So that's like a brain theory. People have gotten it in their heads. Oh, hold on.
Technically, men are all trans as all fetuses start out female. Some just transition a second time. It's either two or no.
True. And cancels each other out. What was I saying? What was it? Wait, what was it? What was I saying? Well, enjoy your TTS. I have to piss. Then more Dark Souls 2.
World of Warcraft new expansion story arc is Us and the Dragons, taking back land from centaur tribes because of a 10,000-year-old land claim. Sounds kinda sus.
A lot of it is also I talk about trans stuff a lot, and I'm pretty obviously familiar with a lot of trans terminology that cis people aren't. I'm like the trans equivalent of those two white guys who grew up in the black neighborhood from the Channel 5 video. What are they called? You know what I'm talking about? The Hoff twins. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, trans Eminem, exactly. Yeah, culturally trans. I'm a gigapassoid as a cis male. Like, I'm sorry. That's hopefully so long.
Have you played Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance yet?
Nope.
If not, would you be willing to play it on a later gaming stream?
Probably.
Much love and stay winning, big man.
Yeah, probably.
Infinite Jest is based. Change my mind.
I haven't read it. Okay. We're getting pretty close to beating the game in terms of like how close we are to the end, but the hardest bosses, like Fume Knight, yet await. So this is a Soul Level 1 Dark Souls 2 run. Dark Souls 2 plays pretty different to Dark Souls 1 in like a bunch of ways. We have unparalleled access to really high quality equipment in this, but there are also things that work against us. Every time we die, we lose maximum HP unless we use a item. Ow. Ow.
Bosh, watch Heathers the musical. It's so good.
Maybe. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know anything about Heathers the musical. I have no idea how to read the attack patterns on these guys.
If you keep this up, you'll be the only political or sociological content creator that isn't trans, and then the FOMO will set in.
I don't want to be trans. Y'all deal with a lot of shit. We're going through like an anti-trans wave right now. Fuck being trans. Keep me. It's easy being cis. I want to be cis. Dude, just you wait. You're gonna make your life way harder. It'll be cool. No. I'm good.
Make up with Demon Mama for the glory of the crusade against the debauched Mr. Girl and his cohort of pretentious Zoomers born too late for Peterson fandom.
What's the relationship between these values?
Shout out to the Discord, specifically news and current events. Also Discord chat is best chat. Love your content, Bosh.
I think the Discord's gotten pretty pog lately, IMO. Also, it's going to be pretty relevant soon as well. We have plans. We have coordination to do. We have plans. Okay. I hate this part. Yeah, it's pretty dark in here. Gotta say.
If you say, and I quote, I want to be cis, you are implicitly admitting that you're not cis. No walking this one back.
Oh, you do, Tempest. Dumb buddy, you can believe what you want. You people are never gonna let this go. I gotta say, if I was a trans woman, given that I've been provided more opportunities to let you all know that than basically anyone alive. It would be an unimaginably, like, thick shell of an egg.
I wish I could get a higher tier sub, but I'm a little short on funds. Happy to give at least $5 though. Thanks for being my favorite streamer.
Oh, thank you.
Huggers.
Huggers to you as well. You should use a torch. The guy told me not to do any light.
Hey Bosch, to keep it short, you've changed my life in the past couple years.
My goodness.
Got my first check yesterday, and while it isn't much, there's more to come.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. You keep your money though, okay?
Seconding the Heathers plug. It's also a movie, super excellent. Drop Dead Gorgeous is fantastic too, if you like Mockument Our Eyes.
I will strongly consider it, though I know nothing about it.
New Australian Labour policies. $30 cap on all medicines on PBS. Over 800, and free care for urgent but non-life-threatening injuries like broken bones. Thoughts?
If they can get it passed, if they got the budget for it, that's based as shit.
I was just messing with you on the last message. Congrats for coming out as cis.
Well, it didn't let me roll. Thank you, dumb buddy. Nah, funny rhetorician. I'm super, like, fucked with my schedule right now. This shit only gets worse with time, because, like, the more people you talk to, the more people who are going to want to talk in the future, too, so I can't promise anything at the moment. Fuck, yeah, can I just, like, light a torch, then? Wait, can I one-hand the rapier? Yeah, I can, of course. So when you hit these, the deuter comes out. Oh no, wait, I can't use it. Oh, because I'm not holding the work hook. Oh no, I do need to not use the torch. I think you'll do great, funny rhetorician.
TERFs are just the tankies of feminism.
True. And based build. There are so many trans tankies, dude. It's so funny. Like, they wouldn't all get gulagged for being, like, bourgeois, decadence-loving, you know, counter-revolutionary, Western, and... Yeah, like, okay. Good luck out there. Never understood why that is. Trans girls just seem to have more, like... It's because they're stupid. Because they're girls, you know? No, I don't know. It seems like the more dispossessed a minority group is, the more likely they are to gravitate towards ridiculously radical politics as a way of expressing their dislike for the current regime.
I can't wait for Vosh to call out the next cis man for transitioning early in the next debate and mock him for closing the door for things he already did.
I'm not getting into this, okay? Y'all can write your fan fiction about me if you want, but... Now, how does that hit me? You see how far away I was?
I've somehow lost about 15 pounds in a little over a week while not doing anything. Maybe cause of drinking light beer. Trying to keep it up. Just wanna brag.
Oh, based. Make sure you're living healthy, okay? Don't do nothing unhealthy, all right? Okay, I can break those just fine.
I meant all men already transitioned in utero, so all cis transphobes are hypocritical by nature.
Oh, true. Very true. And from Zygote to
Considering
Fetus.
you are clearly an egg and also autistic, I have to ask, do you like trains?
Yeah, I like trains. What's at the end of this? Vendrick? I already beat the Sunken Crown DLC, so I've already beaten a lower health Vendrick. We're not stopping for any of this bullshit.
I heard eggs have yolks, but I've yet to hear you tell any yolks.
Don't worry, my performance in my first attempt against this guy will be enough of a yoke. Keffels is absolutely right about autistic girls. Well, autists in general.
Have you seen the diplomatic spat Israel is having with Russia over Ukraine?
Is that part of the lore of Dark Souls 2? Because if not, I haven't learned much about anything else in the past couple days.
Vosh, what items should I put in your Animal Crossing themed house? The game has a wide inventory, so you can just list things. I'm almost done making it.
Don't make me think what a... Mother... Okay. I think whatever you intuitively choose will be great.
Alaskans, go effing vote. Santa is waiting for that letter.
Ow. Why? I don't know why. Okay, alright. Okay.
I realized this week I am no longer trans MTF. I'm trans MTW, male to waifu.
Is that like a workout joke? Like way?
I can't wait until the Metal Wolf Chaos and Metal Gear Rising era of gaming frogs. I'm ready for the Hyper America silliness.
Yes, I don't know what the fuck any of you... Am I having a stroke? Metal Wolf Chaos and Metal Gear Rising era of game... I don't know what... Okay. Metal Gear Chaos... I haven't played that. Metal Wolf Chaos. Wait, isn't that the thing we talked about? I'm probably having a stroke anyway. I'll always admire Sake Tanuki's incredible confidence. The confidence with which he will simply say shit that I don't understand while giving me money. Oh, I smell toast, always. Is this really better than the other bonfire I was using? I don't think it is. Yeah, this is definitely not better. I could have just run from the one end. Yeah, okay, this is significantly worse.
I'm just looking forward to your playthrough of those two games.
Me too, but I want to play all the Metal Gear Solid games. I want to play at least from 2 onward. I don't know how accessible 1 is these days. But yeah, I want to play them on stream. It'd be fun.
Food insecurity in the Middle East and East Asia by fall. Fertilizer shortages, poor weather, and Ukraine could harm impact 1 billion people. Grow gardens, folks.
I refuse. I'm a bugman urbanite, okay? I will simply die to death. Okay, can we actually just let me do this for a sec, chat? It's not a hard fight.
I support playing Metal Wolf Chaos. Because I'm the President of the Great United States of America. RICHAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAARD.
Thank you. Hey, you do a follow-up to that? What kind of cringe bullshit is that? What? He fucking thumped me on the wind-up.
You can get all the Metal Gear games aside from 5 in the PS3 Metal Gear collection.
Well, I would want it on PC. Hey, what are you doing? Stop. He's not stopping.
Who grifted worse, Hinkle or Has Infrared?
I don't know. Probably Hinkle. Haas comes off way more authentic than Hinkle. Stop taking
I'm
less damage.
disappointed in the lack of your hilarious British accent when discussing J.K. Rowling and English TERFs.
I feel like I did enough of that with the Mark Collett.
Canada has effectively said it will accept abortion seekers. It's literally a plot point in The Handmaid's Tale. Margaret Atwood is a fucking prophet.
Based. I guess everything's okay then.
Fun fact. Autistic people are up to 6 times more likely to be trans. Shout out to autistics for just not vibing with social standards and expectations.
Yeah, I wonder if that's causative in either direction. I genuinely don't know.
Just ate some mushrooms, so bye bye Vosh, love you.
Good luck. Have a good trip. I assume you mean psilocybin. Handmaid's Tale was kind of... I never saw it. Woo, we get it. Sexist future. Okay, I'm a gamer. Like, I know.
Forsh, do you think it's a sign of internalized transphobia to feel kinda uncomfortable around the idea of transitioning?
Not necessarily. Transitioning does entail, like, a lot of hardship, potentially.
Karl Marx died and the soy jack killed him.
True. But it can be.
Can we get more police-based games like True Crime and Dead to Rights?
What? Maybe. Not really up to me. Seriously, like, if I'm just paying attention to this the moment I open my mouth. It's a guarantee. The nanosecond I open my mouth.
Standing here I realize you were just like me trying to make history. But who's to judge the right from wrong? When our guard is down, I think we'll both agree.
Yes.
E.
Ow. Don't do magic. Hey. Okay, that was just luck, but I dodged that.
Like I said, next game stream. I want to call in since I have bug plans.
I can make no promises. Are you excited for the 4th Witcher game? Not even a little bit. Frankly, Ciri was just never as interesting a character as Geralt. Don't get me wrong, I liked her, but Geralt was a great character. It's possible they develop her out more now that it's, like, mainly her game, but, you know.
Seconded on the autism and transness point. Gender roles are already arbitrary neurotypical nonsense.
Okay, hey, you might want to watch your words there, because there are plenty of autistic trans girls who are, like, hyper-feminine after they transition.
Futanari found a loophole in the Japanese economy
What?
that allowed him to print out money. Want to find out how? Google Futanari inflation.
Yes, do that. Inflation is such a weird kink. I don't get it. Okay. Just... What?
Did you know Furry is getting another DLC on May 17th?
No.
It lets you play as female rider with new combat abilities, and there is also a free update with it.
Oh, that sounds super based. Oh, you can barely turn after you've committed to like free attacking, even if you're locked on. Oops. Dude, the biggest trick in all the Dark Souls games and Elden Ring is just knowing when instead of rolling, you can just run and just run to the other side of the boss. That's legitimately like the biggest fucking meme in all these games. Ow.
This is the ghost of Nestor Makhno, here to say that Vosh and his fans are doing an exceptionally good job. You all have done well. Mother Anarchy is proud.
Thank you.
Just Googled Futanari inflation. Shame on you, my virgin eyes.
There are worse things. Nice.
I'm thinking of trying to present more feminine, like dresses, makeup, and the like, but don't know where to start. Anyone have any suggestions? Thank you.
I'm sure if you go to my Discord, you will find a tsunami of well-meaning trans
For
girls.
50 years God made all the hot bitches gay so that A queens could get laid and B kings could get paid.
That's true. Guys, look, it's King Vendrick.
Philomath 20 asterisk got a tier 1 asterisk subscription.
Thank you. Look, it's the... Guys, look, it's the King of Draenleic. Fight him? Having the 4 great souls means that he's not super strong, right?
You should be able to play every Metal Gear Solid game on PC except MGS4 because it's stuck on PS3 and is very difficult to emulate still.
That's super cringe. Any giant souls? Okay, we'll come back and fight him. This dude has 1,000,000 health.
Check out the tabletop RPG Shadowrun. There's a progressive dragon named Dunkelzen who was voted president by the fans. If only.
Oh, based. I've played the digital version.
Hey Bosch, do you think the Tau are the most progressive faction in 40k?
I'm getting a lot of questions tonight.
Uncalled for?
No, I don't think the tower like super progressive. I've always found them super boring.
IMHO Metal Gear Solid 1 holds up mechanically even though it doesn't play like more recent games, and skipping it means you'll miss most of what 2's going for.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll try.
MGS 1 and 2 are on GOG.com, but you can emulate 1 on Dolphin. MGS 2, 3 and 4 can PS3 emulated. Revengeance, Ground Zero and Phantom Pain are on Steam. Less than 3.
I love you. Yo, Horseman still. Oh my god, guys!
If you buy an AK, don't buy an American-made one. They use a cast trunnion that can blow your entire shit up. The Zastava M90 is pretty good.
Matters is if it's pretty. Oh, Jesus.
You inspired me to play through the FromSoft games, which really helped with a depressive period, and now I've beat each one twice.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm really happy to hear that. Horace me, did I promise that today? I'm such a fucking retard. I got my days mixed up. Did I do it tomorrow or today? What did I do? You proposed today? Fuck! Horace me, I'm gonna do a shit job interviewing you right now. Well, would you be willing to do it tomorrow? I'll let you spend the first 5 minutes of our conversation cursing me out. I'll even let you use some slurs. Not all of them. We might get my channel demonetized. When are you up tomorrow? I mean, I've been waking up at like 1 p.m. lately. What do you know in Pacific time what general time you're up tomorrow? Oh, hold on.
Help, I'm stuck on the Watcher Knights in Hollow Knight. This fight is bullshit. Come on, I even broke the chandelier.
I thought it was bullshit at first too, but once you get the rhythm of the fight, I think it's actually really, really easy to manage. You really just have to like learn how to get the rhythm of the one that you're not looking at right now or dealing with.
I've a dream that one day every chatter here will control their own destiny. A chat of the truly free. A chat of actions not words, ruled by strength, not mods.
Are the mods not strength? Am I not the strength? God, I'm so fucking bad at scheduling. Jesus. Has Horsme responded? I feel bad. I feel like an asshole. Alright. The King's Ring opens up the world to us. Opens up. Open up. Snip, snip. Snip it up.
Doing my final year uni game dev presentation in 4 hours after staying up all night to make sure I was up in time since I don't trust my alarm. Wish me luck.
Okay. I don't know how effective that particular strategy is. But good luck.
If leftism is so cool, then why did I feel so bad when my wife left me for a trans whistleblower?
Well, think of how good it felt for her. What are you interviewing? Horsme is Ukrainian. Forcing someone in an active war zone to wait? Yeah, it's just one more day with which to accumulate interesting battle stories. Either, like, right now or in the morning. Fuck. Okay, Horsme, what about right now, tomorrow? Does that work? I'll commit a Reno cappuccino. I know I've said that a bunch of times. I don't even know if I like the old Leo ring. Bro, it's late as hell. Well, I mean, they get put into YouTube video. Why don't they put the King's Ring, like, all the way at the beginning? Where's the King's Ring? Why is it just randomly in the middle? Do I plan on watching the upcoming new movie for Madoka Magico? No. Magica? No. The original TV show was fine. They need to stop belaboring the point. They always ruin everything. Just do a thing. And then be done with it.
Obama.
Obama. We need to enter the memories of the giants. Have you seen Doctor Strange 2? I don't even... No, I have not. Why am I here? Maybe! Dementia! I did just say it twice! A minute ago!
Toy Hammer 40 gay game called Chaos Gate. Demon Hunters came out today. It's Grey Knights versus Nurgle and it plays like XCOM without the % chance to hit.
Yes! Nobody liked that % chance to hit anyway. Yeah, Horsme. 10 p.m. PT. People talk about Madoka Magica like it was so amazing, but it has left no impression on me. Madoka Magica, the original TV show, really isn't that good. It's, like, pretty okay, I think. I mean, it's really people... The only reason it's entered the cultural memory that much is because of the, like, shock of it. But, like... That's it. I don't think it has a very impressive, like, lasting... Its subversion isn't even, like, that interesting. It's also not even a subversion of the genre. It's still a magical girl story. It's just a magical girl story that's like dark and edgy. Like, it doesn't actually subvert the genre. The only subversion was you thought this would be cute and lighthearted, but actually it was grim and dark.
Having watched you since you started, it's weird to think that I've probably heard more hours of your voice than 99% of the people I know.
There are worse voices to listen to.
The real argument against socialism is that once more people are brought out of poverty, they will be more likely to be complacent and more likely to be liberal.
They can be... I mean, complacency just leads you to adopt the dominant ideology. In socialism, the dominant ideology would be socialism. So if their complacency leads them to that, then sure. Fine by me.
Have you thought about a SL1 playthrough of Sekiro later on? Smiley face. Sounds like C, A, B, torture.
There are no soul levels in Sekiro. You can upgrade your health abilities, but you kind of need to upgrade your abilities. Fat man. Batman. Batman. Big Chumby. I love these enemies. Their hitboxes are super fucky, but like, look at how chumby they are.
Hi chat, I donated 2 weeks ago about starting E, so now I'm back saying I'm 2 weeks on E and I feel great being who I was meant to be. Fart noise pee pee poo poo.
That's based. We're really happy to hear that. Why is DS2 so fugly? There are a lot of things in DS2 that look really good, but the main thing that fucks with me is the coloring. Everything in DS2 is washed out. I don't understand why. It's like they were trying to do some Gears of War bullshit. Like, the first game is pretty saturated, you know? Like, the areas are very bright. Here, everything is, like, just gray and samey looking. But there are parts underneath that, like, color grading. Like, there are parts that look really, really good, so... Lynn's ring, more like... insane.
Monkey 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 monkey.
That's true. Ah, here we are. We're heading to the dragon area now.
I protested at the Supreme Court earlier this week and the PSL tried to hijack the protest lol.
Can you remind me what the PSL is? I'm tired. But also, thank you.
We need a smash or pass 40k Primarch edition or a 40k arc in general. Peace chat is best chat.
I don't think my audience would appreciate that very much. Penis Sussy League?
Can you cover the May 9th Victory Day parade in Russia when it happens? There will defiantly be a schizo posting speech by Putin and all around good content.
Probably. If I feel better by then, I'm just sleepy. What? Oh, first Metal Mimic. Oh, I would have... Oh. What does that mean? Hey. Asshole! I got caught in the arm. That's fine. Okay. We're just gonna run through. This area is in the Shaded Woods. Aldea's Keep is a different map. Enemies can't move from one map to another in any of these games. They won't cross the boundary.
What do you like about DS2 that I'm clearly missing? DS1 was one of the best games I have ever played. DS2 I quit before even getting to the last giant.
DS2 is really good. It has really refined combat. I honestly think that it's a lot more similar to Dark Souls 1 and 3 than people are willing to give it credit for. There's a lot of really cool shit in here. I think a lot of it is just about getting used to the different weight of the
Thanks for
combat.
inspiring me to buy Elden Ring. It was my first From Software game and I finally beat it. Also, have you ever seen Code Geass?
I've never seen Code Geass. I will one day. It's been on my list. What? Oh, that should have hit. Yeah, oh, there we go. Got a double kill. Hey. Hey.
Have you tried out Dune Spice Wars yet? It's early access, but it's really
Did I
good.
just get petrified? I wasn't really paying attention. No, I haven't tried out Dune Spice Wars. I don't think I'm petrified. Opinion on DS2 allowing you to equip 4 rings. That's fine. More character customization. You have to appreciate how sleep I am. I've been staying up till like 5 or 6 a.m. every night for the past week. And I keep setting my alarm for 10 a.m. You know? But then I just keep putting the alarm back. Like I'll wake up and then I'll set it for 30 minutes back. And then I'll fall asleep and wake up and fall asleep. So I like stay 3 hours in bed just cycling between alarms. So I'm getting like 3 to 4 hours of sleep every night. The painful cycle. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Bosch needs a handler? Yeah, true. Try to jumpstart your sleep towards way. Why don't you sleep? Why don't you sleep? Why don't you sleep? I'm sorry. You didn't say anything wrong. I love you. Stupid. Mathero! I didn't petrify. How about that Madison Cawthorn video? I know, he's got a great ass. Right. Yeah, see, they build up petrification. I think that's just the insta-death. You can't dodge me. Ah, they're gonna get me. Ah, they're gonna get me. What? What's that? And to get back here.
Best way to fix a bad sleep cycle is to power through till a bedtime you want and not keep falling asleep till late, early. You just gotta do a power run.
I didn't realize it had an attack on its opening. Your friend Jen, I literally did an all-nighter a couple nights ago.
Re-upping my rec for John Vervaeke's lecture series on the meaning crisis.
What?
Some very insightful perspectives in EP1 that I think you'd find useful. Stay well.
Okay. Agreed. Yeah. I did an all-nighter. There we go. Now I'm comfy. A couple of days ago and stayed up until like 9 p.m. the next day, but then it didn't fix anything. I think I made it worse. Alright, no more advice in chat, or I'm ending stream. I'll get annoyed. Have you tried really heavy exercise? I can't exercise. I have cardiochondritis, and my fucking ear thing keeps me from exercising.
Leaving to go to uni on the 14th, after a long battle with ADHD and nonverbal learning disorder, been listening for the last 2 years, hoping for many more.
Oh, based. Thank you, I really appreciate that. There will be.
Any advice for getting my first viewers in Twitch poll?
I have a video where I have suggestions on new content creators that has most of my thoughts in it. But it's
This
always a
message is full
strong
of
luck
slurs,
element, I'm afraid.
All of them. There is nothing you can do about it.
Oh. Let me kill this thing. I don't even need what's in it. Just a matter of principle. Oh my fucking god. I thought I had time to walk away. I've seen him, sir, political banana. Probably not. I just lied to you. I haven't seen them. Do you think open source software will replace intellectual property under socialism? Nerd. Fucking nerd. Everyone laugh at Finger in chat. Nerd. Loser. Nerd. Fucking shove him in the locker. Giving you a swirly. Yeah. Let me throw. Any plans to do any IRL debate con? Nope. Not at present. We gotta focus on what matters. Okay? Finishing this goddamn Soul Level 1 run. No, turn around. See, when... No, right here. Can you please stop dying? Okay, fine. I'll stop. I've been doing it deliberately. And now I won't. Fuck you. It's not even hard. Oh, by the way, the bonfire was right in here the whole time. Every time I walked over to the Mimic. And then did the whole run back. Ooh. I'm losing to a bird! Good line. Best characters from The Hunchback of Notre Dame, frankly. The three gargoyles. Okay. If I remember correctly, this area actually fucking ooh. Hey, you're that chick's brother. You can do whatever you want when you got the rapier. Nope. Riveting gameplay. Someone fucking in the wagon? Yeah, probably. Is this the one that blows up? No, that's later on. Dragon! I always really like this area. Wah. Fuck wagon sounds cool. Yeah, it's basically just the bang bus. The fuck are you? What is this?
Well, you're nicely. Are you torment? Now the
You're the goddamn vagrant.
yes.
No.
No. So if you don't, yeah.
I'll find a way to lower your force field, and I'll kill you. I'm losing to a bird. No. Does this lower the force field? Let me kill him so we can stop invading me. Hey, hey. Mm.
You are most intriguing.
How is this intriguing? You were like, I'm super evil, and I'm just gonna kill people for fun.
A pirate, a Spaniard, and a German stop to watch a street magician. The magician disappears from sight and asks if he's invisible. They respond, I see, yeah.
Ha! I get it. I get it. See, because it sounds like... Oh, God. Am I too tired to even perform for the audience right now? Holy shit. Am I lost? It's only 10:30. My tiredness is cumulative.
Pee-pee, poo-poo, cum.
That's true. I've done all three of those things at some point in my life. Pretty frequently, actually. Okay. Oh, I remember this. These dudes are sick! The rapier is way the fuck too good. That slow turn. Creepy. That is cool. This one's got a great sword. I can't backstab? Oh, wait, they won't turn? Okay. Effortlessly outskilled.
We can make the Supreme Court pro-choice by having them meet the online left. Alito will be like, you win. Roe v. Wade is good. Y'all should have been aborted.
True.
Grow 3 inches in 3 weeks with this one pill.
I still haven't taken those cum pills. I should do that. I need to keep you all updated with my load size. I hope it doesn't make your load big, but like really thin. You gotta have ropes. What cum pills? Zan recommended them. They're pills that make you cum more. Look up symptoms of zinc toxicity before you do. I have to take regular blood tests anyway. I get them done pretty frequently. For my lithium and for STI tests. So, not a big deal. Keep an eye on it. You have to record your current cum size and tell us at a baseline. I just feel like the default amount of cum just, ow, isn't enough. You know what I mean? Like it's just kind of the normal amount of cum just is not enough. We researched the cum pills in Sharkstream. It seems like you guys are overplaying zinc supplements. No, I've always said that. Yeah, it's mostly zinc. There's some other stuff in there. But yeah, it's mostly zinc. Zinc is the thing you take to make you nut. Stop. Gotcha. Sorry, but the amount of comes in says he gets with those pills creeps me out. Creeps you out? Why would it creep you out? Jesus. Let a guy live. Let a man nut. Oh, right. Big Basilisk. Hi. Oh, remember how I said those big things on top aren't actually its eyes?
Vosh, the cum pills are made by a guy who is super transphobic and creepy. Look up more plates, more dates.
I'm familiar. I know about the political disposition of some of the people in the PKA podcast sphere. Those aren't eyes. You can see its real eyes. Right there, see? Above its mouth? See, it's like right above my crown. Do you see the little white dot? That's its real eye. You can see its mouth, too. It's got a really sharp, like, reptile mouth. The big two things on top are just big fake eyes. Oh. Well, then what was the fucking point of that cage, exactly? Oh, you've got a lot of health. And the attack patterns designed for a much smaller mob. What? No! Heal. Where's my repair powder? There. Okay, this one has to be a mimic, right? Don't I dare light this? Oh.
Is the cough in line with Putin in delaying your meme segments?
Yes, the former KGB cough juice. The way your character runs with a sword? Yeah. I'm starting up a new D&D campaign soon. I'm really excited for it. It's going to be a seafaring campaign. Basically, no, never mind.
I think more people will come out against abortion simply because it's contrary to the popular narrative.
Maybe.
Mamma mia, said Mario under his breath. The lumps in their pants made his dick grow. Soon they were all just standing there with boners out, nothing to hide.
Thank you, I agree completely. So anyway, it's going to be a seafaring campaign. The basic idea... Oh. Jeez.
Real talk, how do you know if you're asexual, romantic, or just depressed? I have no urge to be in a relationship anymore.
I wish I could give you a good answer to that, but I'm afraid that, being that I'm not ace, I don't really know how to distinguish between those things. Even when I was depressed, I was still horny, at least, you know? And there were still elements of relationship that I was interested in, even if I didn't have any interest in actually pursuing them. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Anyway, it is a seafaring campaign. The basic gist of it is that there is an ancient civilization that has colonies and temples and ruins, basically the world over, that were picked apart hundreds of years ago.
A seafaring campaign? What are you waiting for?
A moment to speak. But it was picked apart a long time ago.
Luigi wiped his sweaty forehead with his hat, which aroused Mario and Toad even more. Luigi, turn it back around, eh? I want to see your ass, Mario demanded.
Thank you. Nope.
Howdy y'all, first time dono long time lurker. Gonna skip my life story for tonight and just say thanks for making good content. Love you chat. Less than 3.
They love you too. Thank you. The colonies of this ancient seafaring civilization have long since been picked clean and left to ruin, but what is suspected to be the actual cradle of their ancient and very powerful civilization has always been protected. A shadow archipelago, cloaked in a storm that's raged unceasingly for thousands of years, suddenly, 2 years ago, stopped. And you have this archipelago, the lands above and the waters beneath, filled to the brim with the artifacts of this lost civilization. An unbelievable wealth. And basically every world government has set out to try to claim and plunder what they can. And the protagonists, the players of this campaign, are going to be crew hands on the ship of a famous, legendary former pirate who has been commissioned by a trade guild's navy to plunder as much as they can. And it's basically like a full naval looting operation where she's in this ship of the line with 500 crewmen who are just dying constantly. And the merchant vessels are sending supply ships to her nonstop to replenish her crew and to take the loot that she plunders away. And basically, it's just an all-out like naval free-for-all because no like maybe 2 countries aren't at war, but if 2 ships meet each other in the Shadow Archipelago and only one of them gets the plunder from an island, like those 2 ships are gonna fight, and nobody can stop them.
Something you might consider for your campaign. Sweden actually puts barcodes on all their naval ships. When the ships come to shore, they Scandinavian.
Thank you, Gentlefish. Much appreciated. But yeah, the basic premise would be they're essentially conducting the naval equivalent of like a marauding band of looters, but incredibly powerful and well organized. And I would want, well, I want
Luigi's hard dick stretched the denim to the front, making his ass look.
and anyway, I would the captain of the ship of the line, I like the idea of her being like this really tall, like sturdy looking half elf with like long black hair and a 3-point hat, like standard naval shit. And she would be like a storm wizard, and she would just be like a fucking legendary, like full on pirate, right? Like one eye patch, like one arm's off, so she's got like a hook or whatever. And she would just be like disgustingly strong, like well beyond what you could reasonably get from any actual like half elf in the player's handbook. I have to turn the desktop sound back on. Oh, okay. Wait, there's another one? Oh, we're fucked. When was the last bonfire? Fuck, a while back. Nah, I'm too sleepy. I'm too sleepy. I can't. Being entertaining takes work, guys, even if it's an easy job.
Have you tried any other RP system like Shadowrun or Pathfinder?
Nah, I've tried a little bit, but I like D&D. Got to be careful of her swinging combat balance. Oh, if she...
My new D&D campaign starts on Sunday. I am playing Cleric for the first time. We played Curse of Strahd for 2 years. I am ready to not fear for my life every session.
Hell yeah. Get them heals.
Based on your description of that campaign, you might really like the Earthsea books by Ursula K. Le Guin.
Maybe. Maybe. Quit game. Okay, I love you. I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna wait. Who's streaming? Canoe. How do you do, Canoe? How do you do, Canoe? Their name is Canoe. How do they do? You gotta go ask them to know. Their name is Canoe. 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 Yes, Tempest. I promise. Oh, Temp. Put the J.K. Rowling thing up first tomorrow. Okay, I love you. Bye.